Hey, it's Enrico Pallazzo!
Utah, give me 2.
Pallazzo!
Hey, hello, and welcome everyone to a Pallazzo live stream. My name is Britton Allan, and I'm here today with the great, the talented, the beautiful. That's right, he's beautiful. He's Kevin Hasting from Pitcher List. What up, Kevin?
Hey, Britton. So great to be here, man. We're about to have, this is my first non-slow draft of the year. And so I'm excited about that. But I am most excited about hanging out with you for a few hours, man. It's been too long.
I know. I'm so happy to see you and get to talk to you. You know, you recall we did this last year, and it was like 4 or 5 hours long. It was something crazy. And I remember thinking it to myself, it could have been 4 and 5 hours longer.
Yeah, it flew by. And I do remember that we were talking after we stopped recording for quite a bit after it was over. And finally we said, we probably should go make sure our wives are okay. And everything is the world's still going out there, because we would just talked all night long.
Yeah, it's so great talking baseball and fantasy baseball with you. This league is the same as it was last year. It's an auction league for the Bubba and Bloom listener leagues and their Discord. So shout out Bubba and Ryan Bloomfield. Thank you for setting up the listener leagues. We had a great time last year, and we're going to have fun with this auction this year. And also shout out to my good friends Michael Govier, who set up this live stream, and my co-host Mike Virginia, and my friends at Palazzo, Ben Chase and Robbie Baseball and Sam Worshing. Shout out to all you fellas, and thank you everyone that is watching. And I hope that I can remember when I'm not doing that, add one or whatever, add $1 or whatever it is I'm doing during this auction, that I can go over to the comment section. So chat it up, and I promise I will do my best to look over there. Let's see already. Our first comment by Robbie Baseball. When is it too early to draft a catcher? I say it's never too early. What do you say, Kevin?
I'm all about early catchers. We will see some money flying off the board on catchers. I have noticed the first couple of drafts, the catcher prices weren't as crazy as the Bubba and Bloom listener leagues were last season. Yeah. On catcher, pretty much across the board. Everybody knows Bubba is dives deep into the catching position a little more than some of the others. So we were all high on the same catchers, and they went for really high prices. That has tempered a bit this season. That's great. But yeah, the batting in a snake draft is I think what the question is pertaining to when we say how early. I can get behind the Cal Raleigh into the first, early second round pick if you are planning for the batting average hit that you are probably taking right out the gate. And that's tough to plan around not getting a bit of a batting average cushion with an early pick like that, but it can be done. I'm all about the other guys that start going third, fourth round: William Contreras, Hunter Goodman, Ben Rice. Yeah, I definitely want at least one catcher that's going to get me 550 to over 600 plate appearances. I really want to try to get 1,100 between my two catchers. You're not doing that without taking at least one of them really early.
And Kevin, that you ended perfectly, because you are on the clock, ready for your first nomination.
All right. Let's see if we can get a little bit of information here. I'm not going to go from the top of the board like a lot of people like to do early.
I love it. Coming in hot, coming in swinging.
We'll see where people are feeling on. And those bids jumped right away for those watching that have not done an NFBC auction draft online. There is a max bid category, a max bid. You can type in where you would be, you would draft a player up to a certain amount. Right. And so those bids get put in automatically. And I think that's what happened when Buxton went right to 12, 13, 14, 15 right away. So I think a couple people had a max bids lined up before the draft even began. I don't like to do that except on a couple specific players I don't want to forget about. How about you, Britton?
Yeah, I don't do it at all. And I wrote myself a note. Last year I wrote notes, and one of them was don't reach for closers because this is a fab league. But I have to put that in my brain because I'm so used to drafting hold leagues where you have to draft a catcher early, and a closer. So don't reach on closers, and don't price and force. If I don't want a player, hey, if Rafael Devers goes for $1, he goes for $1. I'm not price and forcing whatsoever. That's my philosophy. What do you say?
Yep, I try not to price and force as well. I've got caught doing that a couple of times, and yeah, I really don't try to. I will. I didn't with the opening bid. I won't throw every player out for $1 like I did the first guy, Byron Buxton. Knew he'd be going at least double digits, and and that was actually a mistake on mine. I just clicked it right away with it being the first player thrown out there. I will jump up to, fairly close to the range I expect a player to go to when I nominate them. But yeah, I'm not trying to price and force unless I am happy to get the player.
You already got your first player, Mr. Corbin Carroll. Looks like $34, good price. Did you get a little bit of a discount there because of the early injury stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a $40 player. Otherwise, I do have some concerns. In fact, of the top players, Corbin Carroll, he's one of my favorite players to watch. But for these guys that go in that $35 to $40 range, typically, he has one of the lower projected batting averages, and that does concern me a little bit. But with that discount, and he should be back fairly early in April. We have seen his power zapped from injuries in the past, the shoulder injury specifically a few years back. We saw it return last year, so I'm hoping this hamate doesn't affect him in that way, but I expect Corbin Carroll to be Corbin Carroll for, all but a couple weeks of the season.
And from all the reports is that he's had the surgery and he's back, practicing. I don't know if he's swinging a bat yet, but he's at practice, and he's one of the hardest workers in Major League Baseball. So Corbin Carroll, I think, is a great pick.
As much as I'd love to have this guy, I don't like going to the $40 range. So I feel like I'm getting a $40 player because of the discount that I typically wouldn't get on an auction team I draft.
Totally agree. Yep. And I know you're a Royals fan, so you got to let everybody know. Everybody thinks that you're just going to buy up all these Royals fans. I'm going to throw out Carter Jensen and see what happens. But you don't generally reach for your Royals, do you?
Not typically. I have had a lot of Royals on my teams in recent years. I felt like going into seasons, some of their top players were a little undervalued due to the team context, and so I would end up with quite a few Royals players. Well, when their prices catch up, then I'm not in. Bobby Witt Jr. is my favorite player in baseball to watch right now. Maybe next to Shohei Ohtani. I may put Shohei up there, but I'm just not going over that $40 threshold. So I didn't even bid on Bobby Witt Jr. in this draft.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've got a budget. I've got a plan. I'm going to stick to it, but I need your help. So I'm getting requests of expanding a little bit. So let me see if see if that helps. And you mean do this way? Like, does that help, Kevin?
Looks good to me. I think they're wanting to be zoomed in. I have it. I have our stream on a separate screen than the one I'm using for the draft. So I have it on full screen, and it's nice. It looks fine to me.
Okay, we'll just roll with it.
There you go. That's even better.
I'm so scared of pressing the wrong button and ending the live stream, which I've done before.
We all have.
Yeah. So, I just said, don't go crazy on closer. And then I just started bidding on a closer. Already breaking the rules, already breaking my rules. Just like my New Year's resolutions. Like those are long gone. How about you?
Oh, I have kept one New Year's resolution. That was several years ago when my resolution was not to make anymore.
All right. We are moving right along. Thank you everyone for watching our Bubba in the Bloom online auction. This is a lot of fun. I love these listener leagues. And my friend Kevin Hasting from Pictureless. Kevin, tell us about where I first met you. Not in person. I met you in person in Arizona, but I first met you because you were a guest on a podcast I was doing. And then I was a guest on the Wire. So tell people about On the Wire. It's one of my favorite podcasts.
Oh, appreciate that, Britton. Yeah. Adam Howe and myself record On the Wire. In season, we try to record as late as possible. We have gotten away from doing it Saturday evenings and do it Friday evening, but then we try to keep it as up to date as possible for Sunday Fab Leagues. So in season it drops early Sunday mornings, and we talk Fab for the week there on the Pictureless Podcast Network. I have to shout out Adam, like you mentioned that Michael Govier set this all up for you. Adam does all the work behind the scenes for On the Wire. I just get to show up and talk about baseball, and it's absolutely phenomenal.
I love y'all's show. I watch it on YouTube, and also I listen to it. I download it if I've got to obviously run around, so I make sure that I catch the whole thing. But it's what everybody, I think a lot of people listen to, when the leagues start running, and everybody wants to know who you target for Fab. So that's a great show. All right, so here we go. You've got one player. You've got, and maybe I could switch it over to the board here in a second. You've got Corbin Carroll at a discount. Not only do I not have a player, I've only made one bid. So we'll see. I'm trying to be patient. Axl Rose, Guns N' Roses, a little patience. I think it's because I really just want to dive in and start bidding, because that's, the whole fun of an auction, but I'm just trying to take it easy. And because there are so many good players to get, I don't want to just get a player. Like last year, I made a big mistake. I maybe it was price enforcing or something, but I spent $7 on Matt Wallner, and there's nothing wrong with Matt Wallner. I mean, he can hit 20 home runs, but I'm like, why did I do that? I don't know. I can't remember. I was like, I really wish I had that $7 at the end of the draft for somebody else. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to take it easy.
The catchers are going for about their average value. In fact, Cal Raleigh might have been a dollar or two bit of a buy there. And with Ben Rice on the block right now, looks like he's going to go for 23. Cal Raleigh went for 27. I think his average is about 29. And we did see William Contreras there in the low 20s at $21. When are you going to dive in here on this catcher pool to get back to that question about kind of the auction version of what's too early to take a catcher?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, and I'm glad you all brought this up, is that this is a 2-catcher league, NFBC style, so you have to start 2 catchers. So this is a Fab league, which makes it a little, a little easier to replace, obviously, mid-season, since if there's somebody gets called up out of the blue and just goes on fire, so we'll see how that works. But yeah, I've got a couple catchers that I'm in on. Last year I missed out on my target, and so my backup was Cal Raleigh. And so sometimes things just work out.
By the way, we should bring this up. I believe you finished second in our auction last season. Is that correct?
I did. Yeah,
you performed very well. I was at the bottom of the league for much of the year. Worked my way up a little late in the year as I continued grinding. But you had a much better season than I did last year. And yeah, Cal Raleigh, that was a great buy and a huge part of that, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's totally was a guy that I wasn't targeting, but I had to get a catcher.
Love when
But
that happens.
oh yeah, I just got lucky. I mean, at the end of the day, that's such is life. But yeah, last year my plan was to get Jazz, who's being bid on right now, and Ellie, and whatever those two players cost, I was going to do one more, and then so I got those two players, and then I got Kyle Raleigh, and I think like Hunter Green was the most expensive pitcher I had, and so yeah, but the Kyle Raleigh pick just kind of, I mean, that dude hit 60 home runs. Getting that out of one catcher is crazy, and I didn't win like you said, I didn't even win our league. Like some other, I can't remember the gentleman's name or the lady's name, but somebody else won the league and ended up like top 10, I think, in the overall. So, that's just how it goes. Yeah, because I'm like, I had Cal Raleigh. How did I lose this league? I must have really screwed up somewhere else. But no, just another team just was better at the end of the day. But did you learn anything last year, or did you have any lessons, I guess? Like, oh, I did this right, or oh, I did this wrong from last year?
Oh goodness. Yeah, of course, a lot of them. I think part of it for me. Oh wow, I got Max Fried.
Oh,
yeah. I think I got away from my plan during the auction, and I'm not going to blame it that we were live streaming and talking about it. It is so hard that even when your plan is working out and there hasn't been a big wrinkle thrown yet, those wrinkles are coming. But I feel like I created my own. I started jumping in on players that I like because I thought the prices were right, but it didn't fit the plan that I had already put in motion. So it kind of set me back a bit. I'm really trying to stay away from that this year. And the two players I've gotten so far are a couple of guys that I thought were going to be undervalued, in my opinion, to what they could produce out the season. So they were part of my plan if I could get them at these prices. I typically try not to jump in and spend a lot of money early, but over at Pitcher List, Nick Pollock has Max Fried as his 6th overall pitcher. He completely changed his whole mix when he went to the Yankees last season. May have been his best season. And he's back with them this year. He pitched fine in that ballpark. So getting him for $24 when the top pitchers are going to go for $10+ more than that. Max Fried was a target of mine coming into this draft.
Love it. You're 100% right. Getting a $20 ace for a team that's going to win a heck of a lot of games is awesome. And I was worried. I've always liked Max Fried. Five pitch mix, awesome lefty. But I was worried that was the first year of his big contract. Yep. So I was like, I'm going to let him, adjust to life in New York. But he didn't. He adjusted just fine. He didn't need to adjust. Yeah, he was awesome and pretty healthy last year too, wasn't he?
Yep.
All right, Fernando Tatis Jr. His average auction value $35. Looks like he's going a little under that. Well, we'll see. 34, maybe not. Man, that's great if you get a 270 average with 25 home runs, and he's 30-30, flirting with 30-30, as they say. So I think that's a good solid buy. Here we go. Another closer. Are you going to get in on this closer action, Kevin? Or are you like me? You're trying to hold back a little bit.
I'm trying to hold back a little bit. I still want one of the guys that we are fairly certain has the job and will hold it for at least a while. In recent years, I've been trying to get two of those guys. That's just too expensive in an auction for me this year. The way things are looking, maybe something will happen and I can work that. I am the type of person that when I work out my splits for an auction, my hitting pitching splits, then I do split my pitching. This is what I'm spending on relievers. This is what I'm spending on starters.
Yeah.
And whether that is one elite closer and $1 a guy at the end, or a couple of mid guys, I don't make that decision until I get the first one. But with Mason Miller being the top guy, $26 is more than I'm planning on spending on both of my closers. I know that this season, the way things have been going, that probably means I'm going to be looking for saves on the waiver wire. But I'm not going that much on one reliever.
All I need to do is tune into your show every Sunday called On the Wire with Kevin and Adam and figure out exactly who I need to pick up, because you put it all out there. You don't play you don't play it close. That's another thing. Y'all are full disclosure. So yeah, everybody, if you want to know who Kevin's going to make a bid on, I guarantee you listen to a show and you're going to hear most of it. So.
Oh, somebody put in the Discord earlier today, the Bubba and the Bloom Discord, that Josh Bell will be going for $20 tonight. I don't make any secrets of my love for what Josh Bell can do as an underrated, moderate power bat.
One time I went to opening day in Cincinnati, and they were playing Pittsburgh, and of course everyone knows that Josh Bell is a huge, a big, powerful guy, but where we were sitting on the third base line when they were lining up for the introductions at the beginning, he literally looked like he was standing next to 12 toddlers. Like, that's how much I was like, holy smacks. Like, of course everyone knows he's big, but I didn't realize it until I was, in real life. I was like, good Lord. He's like Andre the Giant standing next to Danny DeVito. Like, it was jaw dropping. But yeah, Josh Bell, did he sign a 1-year contract, or was it multi years? I don't even know.
I don't know either. I just know that it looks like he's going to hit third or fourth for the Twins that had a horrible offensive year last year. They're running so a lot of the same lineup back, but I just think they can't help but improve. So many guys underperformed all at the same time for them last season. So I think it's a pretty good spot for Josh Bell, going to a team where he's going to get the close to everyday playing time. He is a switch hitter, but he is better versus righties. So he may sit versus a couple lefties, but I was really happy with the landing spot for him there.
Yep, absolutely. Going to get all the playing time he can handle. I love
your
Junior
LA de La Cruz went for that mid 30s that we've seen several players going for so far this draft. That Fernando Tatis, Corbin Carroll, a couple of pitchers right in that range. And you laid off this season, not going back to the well with LA this year?
No, not doing it this year. I've got a couple other guys that I really like that I think I could get a little bit cheaper, although that's a great price. Don't get me wrong. And $29 for Junior Caminero. I wish I had been paying better attention to that, but I was looking over at the chat stuff. But I think Junior Caminero was, he hit 40 home runs last year. And third base is kind of a wasteland once you get past Machado. There's just I think that's a great pick, Junior Caminero, third baseman, for $29. Are you into Junior Caminero this year?
I haven't drafted him yet. I'm not against it. It's just not something I've done yet. I think an auction is where I'm more into it. I think that price, $29, is great for Junior Caminero. And if I hadn't already spent 34 on an offensive player, I probably would have been in on that at over $29. The stolen bases are an issue with when you're spending that much money or taking a guy in that early of an round, but you can't argue with 45 home runs in 602 at bats. So I think he runs it right back. And it all started with the amazing bat flip in the Winter League, right?
That's exactly right. He's so exciting, and he's young too, like 24 years old. He's just scratched the surface, I think, to his talent. So Junior Caminero, $29, I think, is great bid. Let's see. It's your turn. Here we go. Sorry, I think I was distracting you there.
Oh, I hit it a second too late. Okay, Julio Rodriguez is being bid on right now. I did not intend for him to be my nomination. It's more than fine. I'm already slacking on the draft room because we're talking here, Britton.
I feel the same way, but what's your philosophy on nominating? I nominate in the beginning, like for the first 7 rounds or whatever. I only nominate players I don't want, just to fill up everybody's other rosters. So what's your philosophy, if you wish to discuss?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the basis for my nomination strategy is the same that a lot of people, Bubba and Ryan, talk about this. I think I first heard it from Ariel Cohen, who's always put out great information on auction leagues, and and that's it. I want to get some information on every bid I make. Yes, getting people to spend money is great, but it's really about the information. If there's a big pocket of players at a position or a big pocket of players that help you in a category that are a similar rate, and you're kind of planning on jumping into that category at some point, nominate one of those players. Just get some information. What range are those players going for? Is it what you expected? And once you get that information, you can't wait too long, because then the supply and demand changes. But I'm really trying to get information with every nomination I make.
This draft has seemed pretty, in line with AAVs, which was completely different than last year's draft, as I recall. The prices went fast, the money went fast and furious. But
yeah,
it looks like this, obviously everybody's different, everything's different. But
so that means we're all making the same plans. That's going to make things interesting later.
That's right.
By the way, Britton, you are the only team that has not drafted a player yet. And we have a team that's got 4 players, a couple of teams with 3, and you are the only team that does not have a player yet.
I know. And frankly,
that means you have the most money.
That's right. You can't take it with you, but yeah, no, I missed out on Caminero. I fell asleep at the wheel talking and all that kind of fun stuff. But he would have been a player I would get in on. But yeah, no, I've got my list. I'm sticking to my list. So
I'm trying. So far, so good.
So I guess I just hope everybody keeps spending money, so that when it gets to a player I'm targeting, that they'll hold back just a little bit. Spencer Strider, he's an interesting guy. Had that great season. Injuries, had kind of a weird season. Had some good games, but had some pretty meh and bad games too. What do you think about? Are you in on Spencer Strider this year, Kevin?
So Spencer Strider, if he had been nominated later in the draft, I may have been in. I just don't know enough about my team yet, and I don't want to be structuring my team around him. So in snake drafts where he's going, I'm interested. And in an auction, if he'd have been nominated later, I think that's a fine price that he was drafted at. I'm just going to wait a little longer.
Totally get it. I think that's a solid plan. Yeah, I watched the pitch. I love watching the Braves. I've always grew up a Braves fan back when I was growing up, Kevin, in beautiful Jackson, Tennessee. If you wanted to watch baseball, you had to watch TBS because that's the only channel that showed baseball. Well, they showed the Cubs on WGN, I believe, but
yep.
But I watched the Braves. They had Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz and Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones. Congratulations, Andrew Jones, on being inducted into the Hall of Fame. So
absolutely.
So I've always been a Braves. Very long story short, I've always been a Braves fan. So I watched a lot of Strider last year. Man, it just didn't look right. I hope he comes back stronger this year. Oh, Josh Hader, very interesting. He's got the inflammation. Is it biceps or elbow?
Yeah.
You just bid on him, so I guess you're going to give it a shot by the dip.
I went to my maximum, and it looks like he's not going for much more than that. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I am as concerned with Josh Hader as anybody, but I do allow myself a couple of darts in my budget, and I would be willing to use that on Josh Hader, because if you can get him for $15 less than the other top closers are going for, and the injury turns out not to be a whole big deal, then
you've won.
You've really hit. And I'm not going to spend a lot of money on that lottery ticket, but I'll buy a $5 lottery ticket.
I bought when the lottery came to Tennessee and they proved it. They also approved those scratch off tickets.
Yeah.
So, everybody was so excited. So I would buy if I had $100, I'd buy like those $20 scratch off tickets. Well, you do that a couple times and you get nothing. You're like, why did I waste $100? That's so stupid. But hey, if you don't play, you can't win. That's what I tell Sarah. My wife Sarah. I was like, oh, the Powerball is up to 900 million. But if you go to the store or buy us a couple tickets, she's like, oh, that's a waste of money. I'm like, yeah, but what if we win?
Yeah,
somebody's got to win, right, Kevin?
That's right.
I really like Kyle Schwarber. Dude just mashes. Back in Philly.
Yeah.
Util only though, but
util only, batting average risk, stolen base liability, but you can write down in ink 35 plus home runs, 100 runs, 100 RBI, and those runs and RBI numbers are elite. And even some of the other top players that go for much more money than Kyle Schwarber just did at $24 will not score 100 runs and knock in 100 as well. So it's 3 category production. The past couple of seasons, the stolen bases haven't been a 0, and the batting average has been a slight ding, hitting that 240, 247, I think the last 2 years, if I'm remembering correctly. So, but he is a threat. I still mark him down for a 220 batting average. So that has to fit my team build when I'm bidding on Kyle Schwarber.
I'm happy that he got his big contract. He's by all accounts a great guy, great teammate. So it's nice to when the good guys win. So I like me some Kyle Schwarber. I thought that was a great price too, $24 for every reason you just said. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse. But Edwin Diaz went for $23. I mean, that's probably the number one closer for $23. What do you think about that?
Yeah, him. It's been him or Mason Miller in most drafts, and so getting Edwin Diaz for $3 less than Mason Miller went for, I'm sure that they're very happy with that. I would be at this point.
You figure, with health, obviously, but lock for 30, 35, 40 saves. I mean, good. I mean, the Dodgers are going to win. Especially with old Kyle Tucker now in their mix. The Dodgers just keep setting themselves up for success over and over again. But hey, you know what? Any team could have signed Kyle Tucker. Any team, so.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I want to bring up when it comes any draft, snake draft or auction, As much as I love Kyle Schwarber, I think $24 is a great price. I would be willing to pay more than $24 for Kyle Schwarber, not when my expensive hitter that I've already drafted is Corbin Carroll, because I'm already taking some batting average risk. So I was, unfortunately, as much as I hated it, I couldn't even bid on Kyle Schwarber in my mind, as much as I love him as a player and as a fantasy player. Oh, we got a Brave going. So Britton got quiet here. We got a Brave. Drake Baldwin, and Britton is in on Drake Baldwin. Already has you have a couple of nice catchers. Your first two players you've acquired, Britton, both catchers. That is very very intriguing.
Yes. We'll see how that works.
No, I think you got good prices. You went a little above what like I told you, kind of like with relievers. I don't have a price for every position, but since we need two catchers, I do kind of have a ballpark area in mind of what I want to spend total on the two. And you went over that a bit, but I don't think you're going to suffer in any categories here by spending that money there on the catching position. Langeliers and Drake Baldwin, that's a nice pairing.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I like these catchers that have good batting averages. They're in good position. Langeliers is going to bat second or third. He had a breakout last year, and Drake Baldwin. I talked to Bubba on the previews. You did Kansas City, I did Atlanta Braves on. So please go check that out, everybody. Bubba Bench with Bubba, all the teams previews. We had a lot of fun talking the Braves, and I kind of said I'm all in on Drake Baldwin, and I know that's easy to say because he won, Rookie of the Year last year. But you look at all his hard hit metrics; they all back it up. He's just a super talented hitter. Sean Murphy is injured, and I think he had a setback, so the Braves had to sign Jonah Heim. So I'm really not worried about Drake Baldwin losing playing time to Sean Murphy or anybody like that. So I just think he's a great hitter. I think the Braves are going to have a little bit of a bounce back because it can't get worse but than it did last year. So, and another thing I like too is that the Braves hired the coach from the Mets, but he's known for helping players steal bases. If that makes sense. So I like aggressive out on the base paths. I think that's going to help get the roster turned over. Get Acuna, 50 bags, just keep scoring runs and just keep letting Drake Baldwin have 5 at bats per game. Let's do it. I love it.
Yeah, as a Royals fan, the Royals running game flourished with Rusty Kuntz as the first base coach, and Atlanta going out and stealing the guy from the Mets. If I understand it correctly, he was the Mets wanted him back, and the Braves went and gave him money. And Atlanta was a bottom 5 team in stolen bases last season. The Mets were up near the top of the league. So this is something that could be a big deal for Atlanta players. I asked Derek Carty one year if he put coaching changes into his projections, if they affect him at all. And his response was he wishes they could, but it's not something he can quantify to put into the algorithm. So something like that is worth giving a player a bump, in my opinion.
That's a great point.
You're not counting it twice. It's not counted by projections.
Yeah. So I guess on a situation like that, he would have to go into every Braves player and tweak, manually.
Right.
Not mess with the algorithm, but just go in there and manually bump it up a little bit.
Derek is 100% about the whole reason he does projections and uses them religiously is because he wants to take out his own mental biases. And if you're doing that manually, you're throwing those biases right back in.
Are you big into projections? Like, do you base your study and preparation for drafts? I guess everybody looks at projections, but is that a big thing for you?
It's my starting point, and then I'll tweak them mostly based on playing time. I don't have my own algorithms to figure out how players are going to do in the different categories, but I will adjust playing time and see how that affects the projections. And I get, the I feel like I feel like this comes out as a negative thing, and it absolutely shouldn't. I don't mean it this way, but Ron Chandler for years, projections. How do you even know if a projection is accurate? If you're going by an auction calculator, Josh Naylor probably hit his projected dollar value last season, but he didn't get there with the home runs we thought he would get. He got there with the stolen bases we weren't counting on. Did those stolen bases actually help you? Not if you drafted them somewhere else and got them from the players you expected to. So I understand the not wanting to project numbers, just say this guy has power, this guy has speed. I understand that, but I can't comprehend that if I don't have a number put on it. So I don't stick to those numbers religiously, but I can't compare the players in my mind without them having that number for the projections. So it is absolutely my starting point, but I'm not afraid to get away from them either. And that's something Derek Carty wouldn't do in most cases.
Yeah, I'd totally agree. I'd be like, oopsie, steamer. Do you have any favorite or the bat, or what's your go-to one? If you had to pick one, you don't have to, obviously.
Typically I have been a bat X guy for hitters and steamer for pitching in the past, of the free projections available on Fangraphs. I am a big oopsie fan as well. Of course, ATC. They all have their purpose for me, is what I'm getting at. ATC is the aggregate of some of them, and often outperforms each single category. And then pitcherless PLV, I feel like is a big advantage for a lot of people right now, because not as many people are using PLV as all of the projections that are available free on Fangraphs. So I'm big on PLV as well.
Yeah, it all comes down to playing time, as they say in fantasy baseball. The team with the most plate appearances probably will win. Obviously there are lots of other
first pitch Arizona, that was a statement made on a panel. If you lead your league in at bats, you will win your league. And at the time, I think that was true. And then for a couple of years, the players that bought into that, it worked out for them. It was true. Now everybody's looking at plate appearances and at bats, which we should be. But at the same time, I think some players get overlooked, specifically large side platoon players. I'm more than willing to take because there's just not. We're starting 14 hitters per roster, 15 teams. That's 210 players. I don't think there's 210 non-platoon players in Major League Baseball these days.
Yeah, platoons are interesting because there's a theory as well. If you have a lefty, you don't want him hitting lefties anyway, because they're just empty plate appearances, hurting your stats. But you don't want a player that's batting eighth every day, or God forbid ninth. So it's a lot of things to think about. I'm not a projection guy by any. I look at them and I enjoy looking at them, but it seems to me that Steamer's been doing it right for years and years. So I just look at Steamer typically, but
and we all do, because it's the first one out.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. All right, let me give a shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're enjoying getting Kevin's analysis and my nonsense, and we really appreciate it. This is a lot of fun. Thank you to Pallazzo, Michael Govier, for setting this up, and all the Bubba and the Bloom listeners and everybody in this league. Looks like we're in round. God, is it only round 4, Kevin? I don't. Seems like it's been going pretty fast and furious, because we got 30
that's
rounds.
Where we're at. We're about to two more nominations in round 4.
Yeah, and then we take a break. Is it maybe it's right after round 7 we take a break? So And I don't know about you, but as I get older, I need breaks. The older I get, the more I need the breaks. that's just how it is. So let's take a look at your team so far, Kevin. Tell everybody what you got, if you're not in the middle of bidding, which you may be.
No, I'm not. I'm still sitting with the couple of players I drafted early. Corbin Carroll, absolutely will be the most expensive hitter on my team at $34. Max Fried probably will be the most expensive pitcher on my team at $24. And I did jump into that. I know a lot of people don't like Carlos Estevez. As a Royals fan, I am certain it's going to take a lot to get him out of that role. And I understand projections once again. Also, I am the type of person that will recognize when certain players for multiple seasons consecutively outperform their projections, they're doing something that we're not quantifying. Yeah. And a 2.45 ERA in back-to-back seasons for Carlos Estevez and the saves he's racked up, he's doing something right. I understand all of the underlying metrics, but he is the closer in Kansas City and will be until he has a long stretch of blow-ups, in my opinion. So getting a guy that led the league in saves last season, and I expect to hold the job for most, if not all of this season on a team I expect to make the postseason, I'm getting him for half the price that the top closers are going for, and I'll take that.
Yeah, he led the league in saves last season, as you mentioned. It's unbelievable. Carlos Estevez for the Kansas City Royals. Do you have what's your take on the moving of the fences? Like, does that affect your in any way valuation of any of the pitchers or hitters? I guess.
Yeah, it does scare me a little bit because the fences are coming in 10 feet in the power alleys. Center field's staying where it is, so they're just moving those alleys in a bit. And Kauffman has always been a great pitcher's ballpark due to those alleys. It actually plays very well for runs. What makes it a pitcher's ballpark is the ball doesn't sail out of the ballpark, but it's always scored high for runs. Now, the runs may come down a bit. The outfield's not going to be as big. The BABIPs will come down a bit, but more balls are going to fly out of the park. And I'm afraid, the Royals have a couple of old veteran pitchers, old boring guys that I love, that the ballpark helped immensely, like Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha and Noah Cameron, the young guy.
Yeah.
A soft tosser that depends on location and probably the great defense behind him as well. So yes, I am worried that this hurts the Royals pitching more than it helps their hitting. Most of their power hitters, the ball's going out of the park, regardless of where the fences are when they barrel one up. It may help a couple of the other guys, Maikel Garcia, that we saw get to double-digit home runs last season. It may give him a boost. I'm a big Jonathan India is going to get playing time guy. Now, I'm not about the quality of it, but he's going to get some run this year. I think you mentioned Carter Jensen earlier. Yeah. I don't expect Carter Jensen to get as many plate appearances as some people think he's going to at designated hitter, because I think Jonathan India is going to play. And I think that the fence is coming in help a player like him.
I'm going to throw off the beaten path here. See how that goes. Chandler Simpson, the speedster from Tampa Bay. You get batting average, you probably get runs, you get stolen bases. We'll see if I threw him out for $2. Looks like his AAV is $6. Do you have what are your thoughts, Kevin, on these? He's not a one-trick pony because he does provide batting average, which is hard. But what's your take on guys like Chandler Simpson?
It's all got to be a part of your plan. And if it is, they can work out great, especially when it is a guy that isn't going to hurt and maybe even can help your batting average a little bit. If you're getting some counting stats from a guy that is going to solidify batting average, it can be great. It is tough. We need about 24 home runs per starting offensive position. You're going to have to make those up somewhere. The RBIs, I think it's overlooked, the RBI category. If he's leading off and not hitting with power, you're gonna really need to make up some RBI from another player and your offense. But like everything we do, if you're planning for that, what I don't want to do is be like, I'm really light on stolen bases. I need to find some. Okay, I'll take one of these guys. No, because you need to have been planning for that with your power categories prior to taking him. So where you're taking him for the price you're taking him for, and or he didn't get taken, you tossed him out.
I tossed him.
Took him there for $5. If he's planning his roster around that, it can be great. I don't want to have to go get one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the team that drafted Kyle Schwarber or Pete Alonso, two big sluggers,
exactly,
then you have to get. Well, you don't have to do anything, but then that makes sense to go get Chandler Simpson, which may be oversimplifying it. I'm not 100% sure, but it all depends on your team build. Obviously, there are a million different ways to win. So it just depends on what you're doing. I picked Pete Crow Armstrong. I'm a big believer. I think I'm in the minority there, but I like Pete Crow Armstrong. So I don't necessarily need to reach on a outfielder for stolen bases. Not yet, anyway. We'll see how it goes. I may regret that later.
Where do you think PCA lands between his first half of 2025 and second half of 2025?
Well, first half would be my hope.
That's the hope for sure.
Yeah, that's the hope for sure. So yeah, I'm a big fan. I think obviously it's not going to be as good as it was last year, but I hope it gets in the vicinity. So we'll see. And I did hear, and I read this on the internet, so it's true, that he's working with Alex Bregman on his swing. So that's going to be good. So I'd root for him. I really just like him. He's an elite defender. I love watching him play. He's like the high motor guy, he's going to be out there, every day with his hair on fire or dyed or whatever it is he does, and just kind of go crazy out there. So right or wrong, I do that a lot. I pick players I like at the end of the day,
Brent Rooker.
Like Brent Rooker, yeah. I went way over on
I love Brent Rooker.
God, I went like $10 over on him.
$31 there, and it was going for a while there. It looked like it might slow down at about $10 below that, but you guys kept going at it. And what is it you love so much about Brent Rooker? Because I have lots of things I love about him.
Oh, just the consistency. In the past 3 years, he's going to hit 30 home runs. I like the AAA ballpark they hit at, Sutter Health in West Sacramento. So I think the team's good offensively. So I just love everything about his situation. His hard hit metrics all look good. So yeah, I've been a big Brent Rooker fan for a while. So he's going to mash 30 home runs, and in that ballpark, I think there's some upside too. So yeah, I went a little overboard. Oh well, you got to get your guys, I guess.
I love his power. Comes with a good batting average. And I love that he's into not necessarily, I don't want to say into the metrics. He's into information that can help him improve as a player. Is the way to put it. That I love players like that. Him, Vinny Pasquantino is another one. Love those guys.
Yeah, he looks at the metrics. He works both sides of it. So God, that was such an overpay though. Oh well. See, I think that's one danger too, is that like I didn't bid for so long, and then I got fixated. I guess that's an auction mistake you can do too. Sometimes like you don't bid, and then it's like you don't eat all day, and then you have one meal, and you're like, argh. I think that's what happened. I think I should have had a Snickers bar before before I started bidding on that guy.
Hunter Green just went for $23. I really wanted to bump that another dollar, but how worried are you about some of the, we have the guys that we're really worried about due to injury once spring training opened up a few days ago, but guys like Hunter Green, where there's just some questions, how much are you letting that affect we are drafting today? How are you taking those into consideration?
Oh, that's a great point. And Hunter Green is so talented. He was my target starting pitcher last year. Yeah, of course he got injured, but when he's on, he's a straight up ace. So I don't think $23 for Hunter Green is bad. I think it's a good price. So yeah, I'm into Hunter Green 100%.
Without the slight injury question marks, I'd be all over that, but I just couldn't pull the trigger.
Yep, I totally get it. There, all those draft and hold leagues we do. You look at your roster opening day, and then you look at your roster on the last day of the season, and about 50% of your pitchers got the red box next to them. That's just how it is. Let's see. I don't have a pitcher yet. But, no, sure not.
No, there is 2 teams that have 1 pitcher and 1 team that doesn't have any, and that's you.
Yeah, I've got some pitchers that I like, but I'm going to wait. But it seems like people are being pretty good with their money. I was trying to hold back, but then I just blew $30 or $31 on Rooker. So we'll see how that goes. But so now I'm going to hopefully wait some more. Because I don't want to be, when it gets down to the nitty gritty, as they say, the dollar days.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be able to have $2 as opposed to the $1. So we'll see. Oh, well, here's a fun player. I'd love to get your take if you're not bidding on him, or even if you are, but if you have a minute, Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old sensation from Pittsburgh, shortstop. Let's see. He went for $8. What do you think about that, Kevin? Oh, I'm sorry. You're nominating.
No, that's fine. I can't do it. If he does start the season or make the roster very early in the season, it could be some very nice money spent. But I don't avoid rookies, but I'm not paying up for him. If I sneak a guy in late for a couple dollars or in a reserve round, sure. But even a few years ago, being a Royals fan, I wasn't in on Bobby Witt Jr. when he shot up the draft boards, but because he was going to start the season with the team. I was in on him the year before, hoping he might come up when he didn't cost that price. So yeah, I guys like this, I typically don't jump in on unless they're very inexpensive or at the end in reserve rounds.
And Pittsburgh too. I don't care what any of the people say in Pittsburgh, the front office. We'll give them every chance. No, you're not. The Pittsburgh Pirates are the kings of service time manipulation because they have to be, I guess. So yeah, I don't think even if Connor Griffin is lighting up AA and AAA, I don't think you're going to see him before past the summer. I'd be willing to bet on it, but I could be wrong. Maybe maybe they want to, if he lights it up in spring training, they want to see if they can get that extra draft pick by starting him day one. We'll see. Like I said, he's only 19. I don't know. Lots of good players left, Kevin. I'm just looking down the nom list. Wyatt Langford, Manny Machado, Kettle Marte, Cole Reagans. I mean, you could just sit here and you could just get good players all day. But I guess we're only in round 6, so
yeah, there's a lot of money still out there. We do have
Bryce Terang,
5 teams are down to $107 or less. So quite a bit of money has gone off the board.
And more is going to come. You know, the deals get better and better.
That's the hope, right?
Yep.
Because there comes a point, if you're sitting and waiting and saving money, there comes a point where if you wait too long, you won't be able to spend it. And that's worse than overpaying for players, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yep, that's a great point. Oh. All right, the aforementioned Manny Machado, 275 average, 27 home runs, 14 stolen bases, just does it, Kevin, year after year after year. You know, I remember a time when Manny played for Baltimore where he got accused of like dogging it on plays and, you know, being kind of a diva, but now he's in San Diego and he's just a rock, just, every year, just, 25 home runs, stolen bases, good average.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely solid there.
Solid as a
third base
rock.
is kind of top, it's top heavy and then a big drop off, right?
Huge.
So,
I couldn't agree more.
I think third base and second base, you have to know what your plan is coming into any style draft. Just know what you are planning on doing. And with third base and second base, whether it's draft early, wait, whether it's spend money, wait. You have to know what you're planning on doing at third base and second base coming into a draft because they're similar. There's some elite players up top, then a big drop off, then a few more late, and they're fairly deep positions. Once you get past those elite players, because everybody else is bad. I hate to say it that way, but yeah, it gets
super dicey on third base. It really does. You know, you've got the top 4, which is like Jose Ramirez, Manny Machado. I'm blanking on who the other 2 are, but like you said, then after that, you're getting into like, the Matt Shaws of the world, and who's doesn't even have a starting
probably
job.
Michael Garcia and Austin Riley. Is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah, Austin Riley. I'm not in on this year.
Are we ready to get burned again? For 2 seasons now, we've said, well, Atlanta's offense should be a lot better, and we know they weren't going to repeat what they did 3 seasons ago. That was just amazing. Everybody was locked in. Any player you had in that lineup, even Orlando Arcia, was awesome for our fantasy rosters, right?
Right.
And we've spent 2 seasons saying Atlanta's offense is going to be better. It's going to be better. And now I'm hearing people say Atlanta's offense is a top 5 offense coming into 2026. If they are, then you would be in on Austin Riley. So maybe you don't think they're a top 5 offense, I'm guessing.
No, I feel like the Hell Hath No Fury, like a woman scoring. Like I've drafted him like last year, the year before that. I'm just burned. I'm literally burned, and I know it's a new season, and that's not a good way to look at it. But our fantasy relationship it got divorced after last year.
Gotcha.
Sorry, Austin Riley. I hope he's healthy. Last year, he ended the season hurt with core surgery. I hope he's 100% ready to go, but I don't know. I'll let somebody else try to see if there's a bounce back this year.
Checking out the chat, looks like Derek ran me up there. He said he bumped Reagan's up to make me go $1 more. He knew what he was doing.
There you go. Hey, all's fair in fantasy baseball and
he knew what he was doing. It was the right move.
Yeah. Cole Reagan's just.
I did hesitate on going 23, but I'm perfectly happy with him as my SP1.
Oh heck yeah, that's a great price. And the good thing, he got injured, but he came back at the end of the season, right?
Yes, and was phenomenal in the 3 starts he made when he returned. So yeah, that helps me a lot. The guys that are coming back from injury, if we saw them even for a couple innings at the end of the season, it's great, regardless of how they perform. Just coming back,
just playing. Yeah,
Yep.
just the team felt good enough to put them out there, and
Exactly.
that's a great sign, because they're not going to risk their ace unless he's fully healthy, and that's what he is. Cole Reagan's an ace. All right, Bryce Harper, first baseman for the Phillies. Some weird vibes out of Philadelphia's camp these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GM, what's his name? Dobronsky. I'm going to get butchered for that pronunciation, and rightfully so. But didn't like the GM come out and say something to the effect of that Bryce Harper isn't a lead anymore? And I know that that's taken out of context of he was saying a bunch of things, but it sounds
Well,
to
if
me
he
like
did,
Bryce didn't appreciate that.
yeah. Well, Bryce Harper's that type of player, right? He's gonna be excited, and that in a good way. It may motivate him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good
Because
point.
I would agree. Now, maybe if I was involved in PR for the Philadelphia Phillies, I wouldn't come out and say it publicly, but I agree. The power hasn't been what we expected in recent seasons, plural.
Yep.
He gets banged up even at first base. Even the move to first base, he still gets banged up once in a while. And being eligible at only first base in fantasy baseball, Adam and I have talked a lot about this offseason. Yeah, as much as I love Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's
Yep.
probably the one exception, because in some drafts I just can't resist grabbing him. But other than that, I'm waiting on first base. There's so many guys for less than Bryce Harper just went for, that other than those low double-digit stolen bases are projected for the same thing he does at a lot
Totally
less money.
agree. Couldn't agree more. And we actually did. I remember us saying this last year too, Kevin. Like, you can wait on first base, and that's what I'm doing again this year. I've got a couple guys I like. We'll see how that works. Yeah, but Vlad Jr. is, he had that one bust out season, in Dunedin, Florida, or whatever AAA ballpark they were playing at. But another thing that he does too is just that batting average is
Exactly.
so good.
That's why I will grab Vlad at late second round if he falls. The one place I've drafted him so far this season, I went in planning that I'm waiting on first base. It was an NFBC 50. I had the second pick. I took Bobby Witt Jr., and coming back, Vlad slipped just that little bit to the back end of the second round. I had to grab him.
Was this year?
Yes.
So you went Bobby Witt over Judge?
I did.
There you
because
go.
I'd already had Judge on a team. Here's the thing. I already had Judge on a team. Now, more recently,
right,
I'm realizing that outfield is more a priority for me. I had the third pick, and it went Ohtani, Judge, and I bumped Juan Soto above Bobby Witt Jr. in a draft I was in. I just felt like I could cover my shortstop more easily than I could cover my outfield one later in the draft. I grabbed Juan Soto.
I've done a pretty good chunk of draft 50s, NFBC 50s. I've never gotten the first overall pick. I've gotten one Aaron Judge pick and a couple Juan Sotos at 4. So no, it doesn't look like I'm going to have any Ohtani luck this year. But in your mind, is there, if you're number one, are you taking Ohtani? Is there any other argument for any other player?
The only arguments, if you're worried about him pitching as well, makes him more prone to injury, which I understand that can be a concern. Otherwise, no.
Yeah. He just does it year after year. That is a big concern, though. Even as superhuman as Ohtani is, if you're a fantasy player, you just want him to hit.
I heard Phil Deso a couple of years ago, and I liked his plan. The opening weekend of the season, the opening weekend coming out of the All-Star break, even with a 6-man rotation that the Dodgers will try to do, or only pitch Ohtani once a week anyway. But if he does get a 2-start week, those 3 or 4 times of the year, throw him in a pitching spot. The rest of the time, put him in as a hitter, and you're getting like 90% of his hitting, and also maybe 15% of his pitching. So you're getting more than 100% of Shohei Ohtani. If you just do it the short weeks and the 2-start weeks, move him to pitcher, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's a great point. Shohei Ohtani going to play for Japan. When does the WBC start up? It's what,
first week in March. Yeah,
first week in March.
About the time the big spring training games really get going.
You remember that famous injury with Edwin Diaz that one year? He closed out a game for Puerto Rico, was it? Or maybe the Dominican Republic. I can't remember. But anyway, so of course, his teammates charge the mound and somebody steps on his ankle or something, and then he's out for the season. That's like literally every fantasy player's worst nightmare. But, crazy stuff happens. Let's see, Bubba Chandler getting bid up.
Yeah, Chase Burns just went for $14. Chandler's sitting here, the clock ticking down at 13. So not surprising to see them go about the same price. Chase Burns for 14 or Bubba Chandler for 13? Who's your pick there, Britton?
I'd go Chase Burns with that strikeout stuff. I like Bubba Chandler too, but I think the Reds are going to win more games, and I just like and I know that he plays at American Small Park, but Chase Burns has got that wicked stuff. And, he had that one ugly disaster game in Boston where he gave up like 6 earned runs in the first inning or something, a nightmare. So when you look at his ERA for the year, it got destroyed by that outing, but he came back strong. He had some very high strikeout games after that. So I think he's going to take off. I like Chase Burns a lot. I wish I had bid on him. I need to start bidding on some pitchers here, Kevin. I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
So what's your take on the Milwaukee Brewers closer situation? I was in on Trevor McGill there, and it's not because I think he has the job, but I think it's worth a shot in case he gets it. But he ended up going for $9. That got to more than I wanted to try. But between him and Uribe, what are you thinking in Milwaukee?
I'm going in on Uribe.
Okay.
I liked him last year.
You're going skills over who they've had in the position before.
Exactly. I liked him last year. I think, if you look at all the projections, like we talked about earlier, they basically have McGill and Uribe splitting the save ops. Is that your take too? Is that what you've seen?
Well, I think
the projections.
I think one guy takes it. Yeah, that's what I've seen, but I think they're hedging there. I think one of the two takes it, and unless they get injured or really falter, can hold on to it. So I think it's going to be great for the person that picks right, and they're going to go for approximately the same amount of money probably, and one person is going to be left out. Now they Uribe specifically has enough strikeouts and good enough ratios that he can still be valuable on your roster, but It may come to a point where you need the slot and would end up dropping him if he's not getting saves. So I'm in on either one to a point. Trying once again, it's worth a $5 lottery ticket in my mind, right?
Totally agree. And Uribe got saves last year at the end of the year. He looked good.
Yeah.
So you're exactly right. Just flip a coin. But that's an interesting situation to watch. And let's see. It looks like you got Wyatt Langford for $23. That's a great deal. So what are your thoughts on Wyatt Langford this year?
He's healthy and a couple of seasons under his belt now at the major league level. I think we're going to see the Wyatt Langford that was a top 2 or 3 prospect not long ago. And I think he outperforms his price. I think next year he could be one of the players we're talking about in the $35 to $40 range.
Yeah. He was a couple years ago the Roman Anthony that Roman Anthony is now. Everybody's so big on Roman Anthony for the Red Sox, but people forget it was just a few years ago. Wyatt Langford was the talk of the town, the bee's knees, as they say. Are you familiar with that expression, the bee's knees?
Oh, absolutely.
Really? That tells you how old I am when I say things.
Yeah, and I'm older, so yeah, I know where you're coming from there.
So yeah, Langford had some injuries last season. I want to say a couple oblique injuries. I could be wrong about that, but he's so young and talented. He's a great buy. Let's see. We just had a catcher go, Yanier Diaz for the Astros. I always liked him. Kevin, do you have a catcher yet?
I do not, and I was just looking at that. So I told you I like to get plate appearances out of my catcher, and most of those guys are disappearing. So I am going to have to get in here soon on the handful of guys left that will get me those plate appearances I'm after. That is something I was just looking at.
Yep, 2 catcher league. You got to start 2. I guess you don't have to. That would be an interesting strategy.
Well, you do. You have to have 2 in there.
So
we do. Yeah. So we do have to spend at least $2 on catcher in this auction.
I got you. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we can't even go to the reserve rounds without filling up out a starting lineup. That's one thing that we should actually bring up for those that haven't played an NFBC auction league. And I think not all auctions, but some others are this way as well. But the auction portion of the draft is your what would be your starting lineup if you were starting when the auction ends. You have to fill the 23 starting positions. So you can't draft extra pitching in the auction and then pick up your second catcher and your 5th outfielder in the reserve rounds. You have to fill that starting lineup, and then all of your reserve rounds would be backups. So it that does add a little bit of strategy to the draft as well. It can be very, very helpful to have a multi-positional player or 2, so you can move them around when guys you like are coming up in the auction being nominated.
That's a great strategy question and take. Yeah, I guess I was thinking, like, because I'm 99% sure in a couple draft and hold leagues last year, like I had 1 healthy catcher, so and my other catchers got hurt, so I'm basically starting an injured player that's not playing.
Yeah, but you had the healthy catcher that was performing as if he was 2 or 3 catchers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That worked out pretty well.
I got so lucky with that pick. Cal Raleigh. So what are your thoughts on Cal Raleigh this year? He's going to regress. He's not going to hit 60 home runs again, or is he? What do you think, Kevin?
No, I don't think he gets to 60. I think you can, he had been hitting 30, 35 for a couple seasons. So by regressing, we're not going to go back below that number, I wouldn't think. I think the projections that have him right around 40 home runs, that's where I'd be. I'm comfortable with I'm comfortable with drafting him based on hitting those 40 home runs.
Yeah. 40 home runs, like a 220, 230 average. Hopefully you want a better average than that, but that's just not how it's been. I'm still shocked that he didn't win MVP. I guess shock's not the right word, because
not shocked. He'd have got my vote. I wasn't surprised. Adam and I, we were talking just on our last episode last week. I think Cal Raleigh makes more sense to me in an auction than he does in a snake draft. There's so many great players in that first round that you're passing on, but in an auction, you can grab Kyle Raleigh and still get another one of them. Sure, that means that you're going to have to get creative later in the auction with some less expensive players at other positions. But I just don't want my one first rounder to have that batting average liability. In an auction, I can cover it right away.
That's a great point. Yep. Because in an auction, you can make up. You're not beholden to what people pick ahead of you or behind you. You literally can make your own path regarding as long as you have the money, obviously. But so you're right. That does make a lot of sense.
So here we're coming to the end of our 7th round, so that
we'll take a little break.
Just a little over 100 players off the board.
God, this is 30 rounds, right? Whoa. And
well, we only do this for 23.
23. I'm sorry. That's right.
Yeah. And then we'll do a 7-round snake draft.
7-round snake draft. So 23 auction rounds and then a 7-round snake draft. So we'll take a little 5-minute break here in a minute, Kevin. I'm going to run out, but I'll be right back. That 5 minutes goes fast. Remember last year? Yeah.
Like we talked before,
you can be sneaky.
We jumped on here. We're at the age now where, I'm running across the hallway real quick on this break.
I remember somebody snuck in a $1 Tristan Casas last year. That was pretty awesome.
Oh, Rob Geese. No, legend. No, but thank you. And thank you for hopping in the chat. This is awesome. This is a great time. I've been in auctions with Rob Geese, and I don't think I've ever finished ahead of him. So he's the legend. Not me.
Okay, well, let's take a little break, Kevin. I'll see you back here in a couple minutes.
Absolutely. Be right back.
Okay.
See you folks all in a bit. All right. Thank you again to everybody joining us for this Bubba and the Bloom Listener Auction League. We are through 7 rounds, first break of the auction. And let's take a little bit of, I'm going to go over the draft board a bit. Britton is back to joining us now. Just a couple of things in general to take a look at. The catching position. One team has drafted 2 catchers, and 5 teams, including myself, do not have a catcher yet. So the top catchers, top couple of tiers, they are gone, and we'll start looking at that. It appears that many players agree in waiting on first base once the elite guys get off the board. We have 6 first basemen. It appears I might be forgetting somebody, but it really looks like the guys that are, if not the top 6, it's pretty close. Second base, you got the top 3 second basemen, Chisholm, Marte, Terang off the board, and everybody else is waiting. Pretty big drop off on second base, at least not spending money, and the lower price guys have not been nominated yet. Shortstop is an elite position. A couple of teams already have 2. including Bobby Witt Jr. and Corey Seager on the same team. So going to have an advantage at middle infield over many teams, it looks like, at least going into the season, and a Lindor Perdomo team as well. And
when did
so they'll have
Perdomo go?
It was a couple
totally
rounds back.
That.
Oh yeah, it was a couple rounds ago.
Oh darn it! That was my guy.
Yeah. 3 teams don't have an outfielder yet. That would scare me a bit. There is a team with 3. That's not me. I have 2. Britton, what's your feelings on this? I feel like outfield gets underrated as a position, scarcity position, because we need 5 of them. And it looks like there's so many great outfielders available. But as 15 teams start filling their rosters with 5 of them, maybe putting one at utility, some of them are multi-position and they're getting stuck in rosters on the infield, that outfield can really dry up.
Yeah, I agree. And then, there are only so many starting outfielders in the league, and there are only so many that you want. I mean, there are some players that don't provide anything, and as far as like stolen base wise. But yeah, that's why that was part of my plan too, was to jump in and get two good outfielders. So I went Pete Crow Armstrong, which some people don't like, which I totally understand. His second half was absolutely horrendous, but I'm kind of a believer in it. And then Rooker is my other outfielder that I went and took for 30 plus home runs, hopefully, from him. So I got to start filling in my infield here. So Kevin, let's take a look. Who are your? Well, actually, we got about 10 seconds left. So why don't we head back to the?
Oh yeah, I'm just going to nominate a player here, and then go ahead, ask your question there.
All right. So you got $1 Nico. So who are your starting pitchers and/or closers so far?
So far, I have Max Fried and Cole Reagans for a combined $47, which I planned. I wanted 2 aces for $50 or less. So I do have about $3 I can move around to other places. And like many drafts, as I said when I drafted him, I know the ratios may not be what they've been the past 2 seasons. At the same time, at some point, we have to start believing in results. And I think he's going to have the job unless he really, really blows it for an extended time. And so I didn't want to go 20 plus on a closer. So I think my best bet to get saves without going that high is a player like Estevez.
Yep. Solid. Gets the saves, gets the results.
You have a couple of starters for the prices you got. That could be amazing for a total of $26 with the pair you have so far.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I went and got Kyle Bradish for the Baltimore O's. He looked really, really good last year at the end of the year. And I got Cade Horton, who apparently I'm a big Cubs fan this year, but Cade Horton doesn't get that much praise, even though he was fantastic. And that's, some of the underlying metrics may not look too good, but he was a target of mine. I like Cade Horton, starting pitcher, especially for what was it, $8, I think.
Yeah, and interesting. We didn't bring this up at the time. Team 7, we talked about Josh Hader. They got him for $7. They did handcuff that pick with Brian Abreu and actually spent $11 on Brian Abreu to make sure they had the 2 there. And this is a fab league. If Hader's okay, they may use Abreu for some ratios and strikeouts for a bit, and then can free up that roster spot when needed. If it is the other way around and the injury is bad for Hader, obviously they'll just let him go. So I was going to bring up that if I was drafting Hader, I'd probably go after Abreu. And that is what happened here.
Yeah, that's really smart. And like you mentioned, this is a fab league. The the world doesn't end with this draft. You can always pick up players during the year, so it's not like a draft and hold where you're married for life. In fab leagues, you're dating. So it's my turn. All right, here's a player that I 100% do not want, but so I'm going to nominate him. Rafael Devers, aka Devers, first baseman for the San Francisco Giants. And I'm half kidding. I mean, he hit 35 home runs last year. Like, I get it. That's awesome. Always a good hitter. He's going to play every day. So what do you think? But like we were saying, first base, I'm just not going to. I'm going to wait for first base. But what do you think? Are you in on Rafael Devers?
Yeah, I could be. He's part of that group that's going to be less expensive. Here's another one.
Oh no, here's the guy. Yeah, here's the guy.
They're all going to be right in this price range. It looks like Vinny might blow past Devers here. But yeah, for a couple of seasons, we were lacking in the 30 home run, 1 RBI first baseman. It was kind of like, why aren't we getting power from first base? Well, that's back. The 30 home run, 100 RBI first baseman are available. So yeah, not going to go crazy on bidding, but I do want one of them. So I got to be careful and not wait too long before a couple of guys in this same range will probably start going for a bit more money as they start dwindling.
Yeah, I mean, you can get Spencer Torkelson later, and he hit over 30 home runs, just like Vinny P, just like Devers. I'm not so sure about his average. I'd have to look into that.
That's the advantage of somebody like Vinny Pasquantino. I expect 270 plus batting average out of him. So that is the advantage there. But what are you thinking about these guys with the hamate? I know we talked about Corbin Carroll a bit, but we didn't really expand it to Lindor and Jackson Holiday. Just in general, are kind of the same things that we talked about Carroll.
Yeah, exactly. I think Carroll's a little bit different, and I don't know why, but Lindor is not the youngest guy in the world, and Holiday, I wasn't in on him anyway. Hamate, no hamate, all the hamates. I'm just not that interested in Holiday. But Lindor, perennial 30-30 player, but yeah, man, he's getting a little bit older. I don't know, we'll see. But so generally, my rule is, if the dealer has a 6 and I have a soft 16, I'm not hitting, right? That's just a rule. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's just a rule. And I just don't draft injured players. Now, and that's because I'm such in a DC mode. But in a fab league, I should readjust my thoughts. In a fab league, it's a little bit different. You can take a chance, because if it doesn't work out, you got the waiver wire. You listen to Kevin's show On the Wire. Shout out Adam. Shout out Pitcher List. We also do a waiver wire show at Pallazzo. It's me and Mike Virginia. So if you're into that.
And there's a couple of guys you may have heard of, Bubba and the Bloom. They have a fab show as well.
Yep, absolutely. So
all the cool guys are doing the fab shows, Britton.
Yeah, hey, it's a lot of what's more fun than talking about a player that's going to change your team's season every week. There's some players that are just going to change your season, So that's what's fun. I love fab leagues because of that. I mean, Nick Kurtz, did Nick Kurtz get drafted in a lot of 30-round fab leagues last year? I bet he didn't.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I just can't do some of these lower end Dodger starting pitchers. I love Emmett Sheehan. I think he should be getting his starts throughout the year. You're in on him bidding here, Britton. So you obviously agree with that. I just get worried about the Dodgers, and if all of the pitchers are healthy, they're still going to shuffle them in and out because the Dodgers are all about the postseason. So I don't know what to do with guys like Sheehan. What's your plan? Because obviously he's worth $14 in your mind.
Yeah, I'm all in on Emmett Sheehan. I think he's just so talented. And injuries happen. all the time, so I can't worry about his rotation spot. I'm just betting. That's just literally a bet on talent. And I watched Emmett Sheehan pitch for the Dodgers last year, and I think he is a stud. I think he's awesome. I love him in the vein of all those young studs like Cade Horton. I can't remember how much I paid for Horton. Horton, here's a who. But yeah, I think a little bit.
$8. Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
Jackson Merrill. This is the first player we both bid on tonight, and we were last two bidding on him. I bowed out.
Bid him up.
I bowed out.
Did I get him?
22. Yeah. So why 22 on Jackson Merrill? Because I was into 21.
Yeah. So he's my favorite player to draft this year is Jackson Merrill. I think he's going to be on all my teams. Or at least I'm going to try for him to be on all my teams because, I'm just a big believer in his talent. He had that great rookie season, and then he had all these injuries last year. And it wasn't like it was like he got a concussion, so he was out with a concussion for a while. So but when he came back healthy at the end of the year, he was elite. Jackson Merrill for the Padres we're talking about. So I guess I'm just kind of banking on him being fully healthy, batting second for the Padres. I love him batting there with Manny Machado in the mix and Tatis obviously, and some other players. So yeah, I'm just I guess that's it. Very long-winded story short, Kevin. I'm in on Jackson Merrill this year, 100%.
I am for everything you said. I think him and Wyatt Langford, if I could come out of every draft with those two, I would. And I was in on him there. And if you weren't in this league, maybe I could have came out of it with both of them there. I echo everything you just said. I think he is. In fact, I'm upset with myself. I should have went 23. Would you have went 24 if I went 23?
Yes, sir. I would have.
I'd have been out then, but yeah. I wish I had Jackson Merrill. I already have FOMO from Jackson Merrill.
I mean, you see what I did with Rooker. Like I get fixated, and I say I'm throwing caution to the wind. And speaking of which, at what point do we start? Or maybe you've already started, or do we start pouring a little adult beverage time? Because let's see, we're around 8, so we got a ways to go. So I may have to hold off for a minute.
I have had one Maui Big Swell, and I've been resisting popping that second one open because we had a long way to go, as you said. But here shortly, I'll be on my second.
Yeah, I got my box red wine. Don't worry, it's not full, so I won't be getting super emotional. Hopefully, I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, let's see. We got Ryan Helsley up.
Yeah, I thought I had him. For 15.
He's under AAV, but I just went on a string of about 6 players, so I need to cool it.
And you kind of mentioned this earlier. Once you do jump in, it's hard to slow back down and tap the brakes a bit sometimes. So I got to that point earlier in this draft and got a couple of players right together and had to slow down. And now I'm one of the teams with the least amount of players. So I got to find a spot to jump back in here soon.
You got the hammer. You had the hammer last year too. Didn't you, Kevin? You were one of the last people to run out of money, as I remember.
I try not to run out of money. I really try to plan that I can spend at least $2 on every player I auction. Because at the end, when it's at the end and other people are out of money, that's still good players remaining, in my opinion. And I want to pick who I want when we're down to that range. How about you? Do you save money for the end?
I try. I want to, but then I see Zach Wheeler and I'm like, oh man, if he just misses a month and comes back and this is his last year, he may just say, F it. I'm coming back, and
$14 if you get 4 months of healthy Zach Wheeler. That is a
you
bargain.
win. Yeah. But I overpaid on Rooker and probably Merrill too. So, that's what happens when you go get your guys, and sometimes you miss out on these other deals. That's the beauty of the.
I think you'll get your money's worth out of Merrill for sure, and Rooker maybe as well. He's got a 40 home run season in him.
All right. I certainly hope so. Here's a guy.
Are you nominating the guy you want or don't want here? Have you made that switch yet?
I haven't. I haven't. No, there's nothing wrong with Randy Rosarina. I mean, look at 27 home runs, 31 stolen bases. That's second round production, right? But I don't know. I've just never been a Randy.
You have
Rosarina
to feel like you're solid in batting average.
Randy. Remember that crazy playoff run he went on, like historic.
His rookie. Oh, that's when we were making fun of St. Louis for letting him go for nothing, right?
Absolutely. And then he started eating
another
chicken and rice.
outfielder that St. Louis just let another team have. Have you been paying attention to your how you're doing in counting stats so far, where you're weak? Do you start looking at that this early, or do you wait a bit?
I wait a bit, but I don't, I don't have like a draft wizard or any type of stuff like that. I just kind of peek over every now and then, but I do need to pay more attention to that. I don't have a closer. Uh-oh. What do you do? Do you kind of like write down, targets and do it that way, or do you have like a program that you have your projections?
No, I used to use a program. I used to use like Ryan's Draft Tracker or something similar, but I've gotten to the point where I have a pretty good idea of what the projections are for each player. So I don't necessarily track it. When it gets late, I might really quickly start adding some things up if I think, to see if I'm as short as I think I am in a category, or make sure I am as comfortable as I think I am in a category. But I only have 2 hitters so far. And I'm going to have to do something about that here soon. But so far, it's pretty easy to know where I'm sitting.
All right. So the player that went just now, Okamoto, for the Toronto Blue Jays, was he signed out of the KBO? Kuzama Okimoto. Looks like he went for $5.
Yeah, another $5 lottery ticket, and I feel like, these guys coming over from the KBO and NPO, they are lottery tickets. We just don't know how they're going to adapt. Typically, I want to see a season out of them, and it's more about them adjusting to a new culture and everything, and giving them a year. I don't feel like these types of guys are playing up to their potential in their first season. There's just so many adjustments they have to make. And so that's where I am on these guys.
Yep. I mean, talk about like baseball isn't hard enough, and now you're in a totally new culture. The language issues, just it's too much. Obviously Ohtani, but I mean, he's he's the rarest person on the world, but I like normal people. I don't know how you can expect, it's just too hard, I think. All right, here's another guy that I really like and I really want to bid on, but I'm holding back.
Mm-hmm.
My love of Tyler Soderstrom. I got him as a $1 bid last year in our auction. He's not going for $1 anymore. But so there he goes, $15. I love Tyler Soderstrom. Is first base eligible too? Also outfield. Did you know that he won a Gold Glove in the outfield?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think when does that happen? Where wasn't he like a catcher, then a first baseman, then an outfielder? I mean,
yep.
That's amazing. And you don't look at him and think, "Wow, freak athlete." He's just I don't know. Obviously, that's a testament to talent and hard work. But yeah, Tyler Soderstrom won a Gold Glove for outfield, being a great outfielder.
Yeah, it reminds me of Alex Gordon, right? Third baseman
yeah.
for the Royals, moving to the outfield and then being a defensive superstar for his entire career out there. And it looks like we may get that out of Soderstrom.
Yeah, I love that whole team context, which is, I guess, why I paid up on Rooker.
Yeah, that
whole
ballpark in West Sacramento for half their games again this season is phenomenal.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Soderstrom's power metrics all look good too. He's always been a good hitter. Did I miss Marte? Did he? Did Nolby Marte get
Noelve? I don't think Noelve is gone yet. Nope.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn I thought I saw. I don't know if my internet connection is starting to act strange or if I'm just strange.
Anytime you have any questions about that, always refresh the draft room. That's another tip for those that may not have done online auctions yet. If you feel like you're lagging a little bit or just things are looking funky, just refresh it real quick. It always helps.
That's what I do too. When on my NFBC, I don't use the app. I just keep a tab open in my browser, and every now and then, like I've got a couple draft and holds going. Every now and then, I go to them and I click refresh immediately because it doesn't do it automatically. But yeah, somebody in the chat said that Marte flashed for a minute, so looks like I wasn't hallucinating again.
Yeah. Another thing brought up in the chat that I didn't realize till they brought it up. Yamamoto, Glasnow, Blake Snell, all on the same roster here.
Oh yeah, that's very interesting.
And he's got DeGrom on top of that, and Woodruff and Munoz as their relievers so far. So a very solid pitching staff.
Yeah, that's awesome. Lots of wins on that team.
Yeah. I went ahead and got my second closer, and I went a little more. And I'd already used some of that money. I told you I felt like I saved a little bit on my first two outfielders. Feel like I went $27 on my two closers, $27 on my two closers combined. And Palencia in Chicago, for a lot of the same reasons I like Estevez. Palencia, I think, is going to keep this job on a playoff team. So I'll take him for the saves.
Yeah, I like Palencia too. He was on a couple of my fab leagues last year. He's got the stuff. You just hope.
Did you get him cheap? Or did you get him early and cheap in fab, or did you have to pay up once we knew he had the job?
That's a great question. I don't remember. I can't remember. But I know I added him in a bunch of leagues, and he was good. Because I want to say, because who started out as the Cubs closer last year? Was it the guy from Houston? Yeah, that really narrows it down.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who started out for the Cubs last year.
He was so bad that
Presley. That's right. Yep, you're right. It's Presley.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron.
So, thank you. So, Aaron,
and Porter Hodge was the guy some people were hot on.
Yes. So I had a bunch of Porter Hodge, and then he got hurt. So but that's like which we one of the things we talked about is this is a fab league. They're going to be closers that pop up.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to remember that, not panic.
No. My theory has been this way for a couple of seasons now, and I told you I may only end up with one and then be looking later. But if I can get two, I want them, and I want two people that I am comfortable are getting the save opportunities for their team, because that means I can throw 7 starters and chasing wins, right? I can get 7 starters out there, maybe a reliever, but not necessarily a guy I'm looking for saves, but a guy I think is going to get maybe 3 appearances in a week. That's a good strikeout guy and good ratios. Throw him in there as a 7th starter, sometimes even my 6th starter, but I only want to have to take up 2 of my roster spots for my saves. And so getting a couple of closers in the draft that I'm comfortable have the job is a top priority for me.
Yeah. I totally understand. I think I'm already essentially punting saves is what it looks like. So I'm just gonna lean into it.
Yeah, but for now, you're planning on working on it throughout the season.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's a soft punt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this player? I really like. Joe Adele really came into his own last year. 37 home runs. Woo! That's a lot of home runs, Kevin.
It sure is.
You wish with 37 home runs, his RBI and run total would be a little bit higher, but man.
I think it could be this season. The lineup's not looking too bad. Of course, there's some guys that we're counting on some health, Mike Trout, Jorge Soler and such, but if they stay healthy, it's a decent lineup. I think the runs and RBIs could be there. I'm just worried about the batting average.
Yep. Here's a player we talked about earlier, coming from the KBO, Murakami. It looks like he went for $5. That's a great price for, like you said, a lotto ticket. He may hit 40 home runs. He just might.
There's a question in the chat here from Frank. In a keeper league, Bush for $1 or Terang for 10. For me, that's Bush easy, and probably even if they were the same price, unless I really need the stolen bases from Terang. I'm taking Michael Bush, even if they were the same price.
I'm taking Michael Bush too. He gets better year after year after year.
I don't think people realize we were waiting on it when he was with the Dodgers. So I think people kind of forgot about him and don't realize how good he was last season.
He's great. Left-handed power hitter, bats leadoff, at least against righties, maybe lefties too. But yeah, I'm a big Michael Bush fan. I wish I had I saw his bid went up and I was in on it, but I just, I'm already kind of low on cash. I've got what, $89 left. Yeah, so I'm trying to be smart about it. But yeah, Michael Bush for the Cubs is a great first baseman. Going to get all those, plate appearances, batting leadoff. Love Michael Bush this year. I wish they'd bat Pete Crow first. Selfishly. But that's all right.
All right, we're waiting on Ben here for a nomination. Nick Pivetta on the board.
180 innings pitched, 190 Ks with an under 3 ERA. Wow, this is a really, under the radar player right here, Kevin.
It's what we were waiting on for years out of Pivetta. We finally got it. He was great on our teams for guys that stuck with them for another season last year, but we're paying for it a little bit this season. $18 and going here.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's in on it too.
Yeah.
I guess it wasn't that under the radar, just my radar. All right. So Nick Pavetta went for $19. Going to be worth every penny of that $19 would be my guess. Yeah, here we go. Closers coming fast and furious. Ryan Walker, the closer for San Francisco. Looks like he's got no competition.
Yeah, and we've seen him be great. We've seen him struggle. I think going for $13 there, I think that's worth a shot as one of the last handful of closers that we as of now has the job. We have seen him perform very well out of that spot in the past. So yeah, I think that's worth a shot there. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing with closers. There aren't that many.
Speaking of not that many, there aren't many shortstops left, and I don't have one, but I think I'm getting priced out on Bichette here as well. $14, yeah. Bo Bichette.
So here's another closer. I think we're probably going to start seeing some panic.
It's starting to look that way.
Panic money.
Either that or these guys have their couple of closers, and so they're trying to get some more money off the board.
$14 for Dennis Santana for Pittsburgh closer. Oh, is it my turn? Oh, shoot. I want to thank everybody that's hanging out with us on the chat. Everybody that's watching us. Let's see. We got Uncle Ted is in there. What's up? Aaron. Hello, everybody. Let's see. I just heard Kevin's beverage of choice getting lit up. That's kind of inspiring.
If I remember right, you're a Miller Lite guy.
Oh, yeah. I keep it simple. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, shout out.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see. We got Francisco Alvarez, the catcher for the New York Mets. Probably going to be very popular. Talented young catcher.
I'm glad that slowed down. I think I bid, I know I bid at least twice, if not 3 times, and ended up getting him as my first catcher for $10. He was one of the remaining catchers that I think can actually help my team, just not hurt it much. Yes, there's a batting average risk there, but I think when he's been healthy, he's been phenomenal. So I'm hoping he's healthy, and I think he is at the moment. And if
he's one of those, he's one of those young players that can level up. If he leveled up this year, no one would be surprised. Francisco Alvarez.
Yeah, he's only got over 100 games played once in his career. That was 2023, and he hit 25 home runs in 123 games. That's what I expect out of him when healthy. So it is a bit of a health risk here, but
that's one
I typically would have one of the more expensive catchers than him. So he was one of the last guys I felt like I needed to grab.
Yeah, I hear you. That's one of the concerns. I don't know if concerns sounds a little serious. It's one of the things that worried me a little bit about Kyle Raleigh this year, because he had a record number of plate appearances last year. So, and that includes postseason when they had the deep run. So that's, he's young, but that's a whole lot of toll on a human being's body. So, I think that was an MLB record. If you include postseason. The amount of plate appearances that Cal Raleigh had last year. Robbie Ray from Brentwood, Tennessee, which is right near my neck of the woods. Brentwood's a suburb of Nashville. Went to Brentwood High. Robbie Ray. Well, his picture, he doesn't look like a real happy camper.
Yeah.
Hey, Robbie, cheer up. You're a multimillionaire, man. Cheer up.
I was just looking at that. I was never in on Robbie Ray back when he was, a top round pick or a higher dollar auction pick. I think the strikeouts alone are worth where he's going these days, depending on your roster when he gets thrown out or when he's coming up in a snake draft. Like a lot of players that I'll be off of for years, when they get older and start dropping, then the price comes down. Then I'm in. They get old and boring and they're not as popular anymore. And that's when I start liking them.
Here's a picture that I like this year. Nick Lodolo.
I like him too.
You got me. I'm not hitting it again. So if
I'm not either. If anybody else is listening and is in, I'm out after this.
It took all the thing. I was like, oh, Britton, just go 13, and I did. But then you hit 14. I'm like, all right, I don't have as much money as you, so. But I like Nick Lodolo. He looked really good last year especially at the end of the year. So what are your thoughts for? I mean, a $14 is a great price for a talented starting pitcher. What do you think, Kevin?
It's all about health. He's phenomenal when healthy. He looked unhittable at times last season. At other times when he's banged up a little bit, he can look much more hittable. But he pitches perfectly fine in Great American Small Park. So the ballpark's not too much of a worry for me. There are many pitchers that I would not want with that as their home ballpark, but he misses enough bats that, I think Nick Lodolo could be a $25 pitcher next season if he's healthy in 2026.
Oh, if he has a full season of 30 starts, healthy 30 starts, which is asking a lot for anybody, but I mean, he's going to be top 10, top 15 guy.
Yeah, in spite of the couple of blow-ups last season, a 3.33 ERA, 108 WHIP. I'm really trying to pay attention to WHIP now. His WHIP in years prior wasn't that, even tossing out 2023 when he only had 34 innings. He's that 1.20, 1.24 WHIP guy in 2024 and 2022. That's not a bad WHIP. It is a bad WHIP for our fantasy teams. So I really do need the 2024 season or 2025 season we saw out of him in the WHIP category. I think WHIP gets overlooked in drafts because it's hard to fix. Once you have a roster, if your WHIP isn't looking so good, that's a tough one to fix in season.
That's why people pay so much for Skeens and Scooble.
Oh, absolutely.
That 200 inning of a WHIP less than one stabilizes your entire team. It just fixes it pretty much.
Yeah, I think our target's about 115 for WHIP in a 15-team NFBC format, and most of the pitchers in your lineup won't have that. So you need a couple of those guys that are way lower. Yeah, exactly.
That's why one of my favorite pitchers, I'm not sure if I should be talking about him since he hasn't come up yet, but I love Gavin Williams for the Cleveland Guardians. But man, he walks people.
Yeah.
He had some great seasons great games to end last year, but God, I think he walked more batters than any other pitcher in the league, So
I am almost certain that Ryan is running the Bubba and the Bloom pod in the chat at the moment, because Lodolo, nice buy. That's got to be Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got a lot of Nick Lodolo fans in the Bubba and the Bloom Discord.
There's your
Okay,
Gavin Williams.
There we go. There we go.
And
Gavin
knowing Ben, that's somebody's talking about Gavin Williams. Let's throw him out there.
Look at that whip, 127. I mean,
that's the problem. As
yeah,
good as he
talented.
was, that hurts.
He's talented. I believe in him, but yeah, I'm trying to be careful with the cash, because you've got it looks like, do you have the most, Kevin?
Maybe
94?
barely after those. Yeah, but I'm tied. But I have more positions to fill.
Let's see. We got Griffin Jacks. Is he the closer for Tampa Bay, or is it anybody's guess?
We think so. I think is the best way to answer that question. I think we think he is.
Cedane Rafaela, second base, outfield. Talented player, probably go 2020 this year. A little bit of a batting average issue, but certainly talented.
Kind of like with Whip, these 249, 246, 241 batting averages. I mean, that's right around league average for batting average.
Yeah.
But in a fantasy league, that hurts you.
Yep. That's like Joe Adell with his 37 home runs, but then he's got a 230, 220 average. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Adley Rutschman got 220 average, 9 home runs last year. Man, that's just a bad year. Hopefully he'll bounce back. He's got talented, all the talent in the world.
I think he will, and I think he probably gets more plate appearances than some of us think. But with Basallo being there, it's just kind of scary. If he struggles as badly as he did last year, he might lose some time. What do you think of Kyle Stowers' breakout?
Oh, I love him, but I've got 3 outfielders already, and I'm going to let him go because I think he's going to get bid up a little bit. But yeah, I'm a big Kyle Stowers fan, Miami Marlins outfielder. Look at that 288 average. I don't know if that's going to hold up.
Right.
We'll see. I like him though. I like him a lot. I wish I hadn't overbid on my outfield already, or I would have gotten in on that. Man, I have got a lot of hitter spaces to fill. Speaking of which, here's one first baseman.
Yeah, in that range that we were talking about, waiting on.
I don't think I've ever drafted or.
Yandy Diaz is who is on the board that Britton is.
I was contemplating
if he wants to jump in on here. I was doing the same thing, so I went and looked at that first base pool of who's left, and there's still several of the guys that we talked about. We didn't really name them. They're still available in a draft, so I'm not going to start naming players that haven't been nominated yet. But there's still quite a few in that first baseman that will be projected for close to, if not 30 home runs. The RBI numbers aren't going to be as good in the projections now because the team context is going to be worse. The batting average is probably not as good, which is going to lead to less runs in RBI. But at the same time, the power is still there for some of these guys.
Mackenzie Gore. Oh, sorry, spoke too soon. He's being up for bid now. New home in Texas, and Texas
people liking that new home. It looks like
Texas is 100% turning into a Seattle situation for pitchers. Mackenzie Gore, super talented. We'll see See how he likes that new ballpark. New to him, anyway. Here was I think one of the best sleepers. I don't know if that's right, but Nathan Eovaldi last year, until he got hurt, was winning leagues, literally.
Oh yeah, talking about WHIP, getting 130 innings of a 0.85 WHIP for what you had to pay for Nathan Eovaldi was phenomenal.
Yep, you only got 130, but that's okay.
And that's not even mentioning his ERA below 2 and below 2.
he 100% carried teams, and I had him in a couple, but then he got hurt, and I was like, wah.
And he's the type of guy, like, you're not getting 30 starts out of Eovaldi, but if he's healthy going into the season, he's the type of player that's going to get you your money's worth while he is healthy. You just ride him until he goes on the IL, depending on how severe that is. Maybe you cut ties right away and you thank him for his service. And because if we get 3 to 4 months of Nathan Eovaldi before he goes on the IL, he's probably going to give Thibodeau well above that $13 in value that he just paid for him.
Without a doubt. Some starting pictures. Went Mackenzie Gore, Nathan Eovaldi, and Kevin Gausman. All in that $13 price range. Pretty good deals. Yeah, we're starting. I mean, $13 isn't cheap or anything, but we're starting to get a little.
Got one of the young starting pitchers again. We've been seeing they've been going for that $13, $14 range. Cam Schlittler now up on the block, and he went for a little less, $10. Ryan and Bubba have been talking about that he may be their favorite of these younger, like, second year guys. So that $10 could be a bargain there.
Yeah, it's a great bargain. I wish I'd gotten in on it, but I thought about it.
I kept reaching and I never clicked it.
I did the exact same thing. Kevin, I did the exact same thing. And then I kind of read this story the other day about him having some back pain, and now he's throwing from the mound. I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure it's going to be fine. But that was just kind of lurking in the back of my mind a little bit. Cam Schlittler for the Yankees. I was just kind of like, coming into spring training with a little bit of a back issue. I was like, but I'm sure that's just precautionary. So yeah, I like Cam Schlittler a lot, but yeah, I'm like you. I just couldn't pull the trigger for some reason. Speaking of starting pitching, because apparently I've punted closers. 1, 2. Let's see. I've only got 4. How many pitchers do you have there, Kevin?
I have 5, but 2 of them are closers, so I only have 3 starters. We have 2 teams with 6 pitchers. One of them has 3 relievers because they're the ones that handcuffed Hader with Abreu. And
Right.
The other team that has 6 so far is the team with the 3 Dodger starters, DeGrom, Woodruff, and Andres Munoz. Really strong pitching staff. And that's not including Shohei Ohtani sitting in their UT position and Bobby Witt Jr. At shortstop. They have 4, 5. They have 13 positions left to fill with $51. So, but with the high end guys that they have drafted so far, they have to be thinking that they can fill in pretty nicely with the foundation they have set.
Yeah, I've got 14 spots to fill. And how much money? 89. What's the math on that?
For 14 spots?
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, you're at like
that's like $6.
Yeah, over 6.
Yeah, I'm in
you're
trouble.
looking good.
Oh, see, I was like the other way. I was like, that sucks. You can't get anything for $6 these days.
Oh, we're about to see a lot of players going for $6. We saw Xavier Edwards go for 7, Adley Rutschman for 6. We're getting to that point. Westberg and Sal Stewart both for 8. So yeah, this is where, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people agree, we hear this all the time, the mid rounds in a snake draft, these mid-range picks in an auction. I don't want to phrase it, this is where leagues are won and lost. There's so much more playing into it, including all of the in-season management. But as far as drafts go, I feel like, yeah, this is where we want to be paying attention. I've timed out on nominating a player a couple of times. It hasn't burned me, fortunately, but really trying to pay a little more attention to what we have going on now that we're down here to filling in our rosters once we have set up the foundations. Looking at our draft board, right, the highest ranked player available according to average auction value so far in these NFBC auctions is the 146th ranked player. So we're getting down there a ways.
Yeah,
that's we're in our 12th round. If we didn't know what players that were ranked later have already been picked, we'd be at the end of the 10th. So we're pretty close there on players that have been drafted.
Well, Eureka, Kevin. I think I got a player that might get some saves. Robert
I like
Garcia. Yeah.
As of right now, he probably starts the season getting them at least. And for $5, you take what you can get and then move on. There's your Noel Marte.
Yeah, I saw him. I was like, oh, good. I didn't lose my mind. There he is. I like I like Marte a lot, especially if he bats second in that great lineup. Cincinnati made the playoffs. A lot of people don't remember that. Like Cincinnati had a great year last year. I'm all for it. I'm selfishly too. My buddy that lives in East Tennessee, I'm trying to get him to agree to go to opening day in Cincinnati. I did it once, like 3 or 4 years ago.
I thought you were going to say Atlanta. They're playing the Royals.
Oh no. Well, that'd be fun too. But no, opening day in Cincinnati they do the whole parade thing downtown.
Yeah, that'll be amazing.
Yeah, so I did it one year, and we had a blast. And he's a Cincinnati fan, so so I like all that. But they're playing the Red Sox this year, Cincinnati in Cincinnati with the Boston Red Sox. I have a sneaking suspicion that's going to be a pricey ticket, but you only live once.
Yeah, that'll be so much fun.
Mason Wynn, we've got here, St. Louis shortstop, super talented. Looks like I need a shortstop.
No, you don't.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't do that to you.
I was my main target at shortstop was Jeremy Pena. He went for $1.02 more than I wanted to go. And if Mason Wynn hadn't still been available, I think he's going to bounce back. He was injured last year, even when he was playing. So I feel like getting a guy that had all the hype coming into last season, getting him for $6, I'm more than happy with that.
Yeah, that's a Bubba and the Bloom favorite. Or am I getting it back? Or is he an unfavorite? No, I think
he was last season. He was Bubba was big on him. Ryan wasn't so big.
Let's see. JT Realmuto, catcher for Philly. He just re-upped. 3-year contract for JT Realmuto. Let's see. You look down, catchers: Sam Basallo, Carter Jensen, Austin Wells, Logan O'Hop, or O'Hoppy if you're nasty. I wish I had more money.
We all do.
Isn't that the truth, though? Man, I wish I had more money. I'm running out, Kevin. I'm running out of money. Same as it ever was.
We may not get 20 stolen bases anymore from JT, 20 home runs either, but his batting average, it's always been above 250.
Yep.
And in that lineup, if he gives me double-digit home runs and a handful of stolen bases, I'm more than happy to have that as my catcher too. I'm getting my plate appearances because it's runs and RBIs that you can really fall behind on with some of these guys and not realize how bad that's hurting you.
That's a great point. $11 for JT Realmuto. That's a great price too.
Hey, John Wilder's going to be in Cincinnati. He's already got his tickets for opening day.
Oh, wonderful. I'll DM you. I hope I'll convince my buddy to go, and I'll be up there and get a beer or some Skyline chili if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, it was so much fun that year we went. I remember that was I remember Sonny Gray was there. However long ago that seems like forever ago. Sonny Gray. Oh, you know who else? Tony Disco.
Oh,
you remember Anthony Discalfani?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm like going down memory
I feel
lane.
like I don't know if he came up with it first, but the first person I heard refer to him as Tony Disco was Paul Sporer, and that is a nickname for the ages right there. Loved it.
So, yeah, Anthony Discalfani, aka Tony Disco. I don't know if he's still in baseball anymore. Is he? I want to say I saw his name like maybe in the Giants. Maybe that was a year or two. Tony Disco. Luke Keachel. I know I'm not pronouncing that right. Please forgive me, Mr. Keachel. Luke Keachel, Minnesota second baseman. Man, he shot out of a cannon last year, his rookie season. And got some believers. Went for $11. It's going to steal bases, that's for sure. Still don't have a second baseman.
Several of us don't.
I don't have a third baseman. A second.
Half of us. Over half of us don't have a second baseman.
What am I doing? I'm just going to start drinking. that's the only way to fix this problem. Luis Castillo, kind of on a steady decline. I'm afraid to say.
I played a lot of pool and darts in my 20s and 30s, and referred to the beverages as aiming oil. So now it's analysis oil as we're drafting.
Yeah, I used to play darts too at a bar in Knoxville. Not every night, but God, I hope not every night, but very often. And yeah, the first couple beers, I became a really good dart player. The last 3 beers, I was lucky to hit.
It goes downhill.
Yeah, that was called the Tap Room in Knoxville, Tennessee. Long since closed and gone, but spent many a fun evening there. Looks like Brandon, is it Lau or Low?
Lau. Brandon
Lau.
is the Lau.
Mr.
Looks
Lau.
like he's going to be hitting near the top of the lineup in Pittsburgh. So, and an improved lineup. There's a lot of jokes about them saying they're in on everybody and finishing second, but they've added quite a few guys. Nobody super exciting, but definitely an improved lineup.
And I did some very scientific research on this, and lefty power in Pittsburgh is okay. Righty power, not so much, but lefty power plays in Pittsburgh. So, and so he should, his big issue is health. He hit 31 home runs last year. So Brandon Lau's got the power, but the health is always the concern. You see Pittsburgh signed Ozuna, Marcell Ozuna. I'm fascinated to see how that works because, Ozuna had that like resurgence in Atlanta where he was hitting 35 home runs like 3 years in a row with all counting stats. No stolen bases, but who cares? So we'll see if there's anything left in that big tank. Like I'm one to talk. Yeah, my cousin lives in Pittsburgh. One of my cousins lives in Pittsburgh. And I think to myself every year, I've got to go up to Pittsburgh and see him and go to a game at PNC Park. And I never get around to doing it.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a game in that park. I have not either, but everything I've heard is how gorgeous of a park that is.
Everybody I've talked to says Pittsburgh number one as far as park goes. And plus, I've heard this. I'm not 100% true if it's accurate, but there's a restaurant chain in Pittsburgh, and I want to say it's like the Primati brothers, Pravati brothers. But anyway, so what I've been told is that it's this gourmet sandwich chain, and they put these huge sandwiches like roast beef and then coleslaw, and then they have these fresh cut French fries and put that on top, and then it's a whole thing. And so I'm at that age where I just kind of want to go in every major city, just start eating,
absolutely.
Whatever their specialty is. Like in Nashville, you want to eat the hot chicken, right? Chicago, you want deep dish pizza. At Kansas City, you want to go to Arthur Bryant's, right? That's kind of where my mind is as I get older. God, now I'm hungry.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we are. I'm in Central Time. It's 9:23 p.m. What time is it where you are, Kevin?
It is 5:23 p.m. In a couple of weeks, we'll be an hour further apart. We do not do the daylight savings time. So when you spring ahead here the first weekend in March, we stay the same, and then you'll be 5 hours ahead of me.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's now my back is starting to hurt.
Just starting?
Just starting. Yeah. What round are we in here?
We're cruising. We're in round 13, about to end round 13. Basallo just went for $7 to Ben Bingham, who is having an amazing draft, by the way.
Yeah, I love Basallo, but he's definitely like Basallo could be like a league winner. Here's an interesting pitcher. I don't know if you're in on him. I'll stop talking but Edward Cabrera. Yeah, you're right. Things are moving fast, aren't they?
Yep. Moving quick now.
I need to start figuring out what I'm doing. Kevin, you nominated Mr. Suarez. He just got paid, didn't he? Or did I make that up?
Yeah, 5-year, 130 million to pitch in Boston.
Good for him.
Been over 150 innings 3 of the last 4 seasons. Those same 3 seasons, ERA in the mid threes, even a 320 last season. That 120, 122 whip we were talking about, that's actually good for a starting pitcher. We just have to be careful on our fantasy squads. Make sure that we're keeping an eye on that whip. Double-digit wins each of the last 2 seasons, and going to Boston, I think he's a great play for chasing wins here as well. And now the postseason superstar, Trey Savage. Oh, and you're in on him here, Britton. Looks like you're about to get him, hopefully. $8 Trey Savage for Britton. Very nice.
Yeah, thank you. I love Trey Savage. Obviously, he had that great postseason run. So I went young with my pitchers. I went young starting pitchers. I
have a couple of leagues where I've went Yuri and Mizorowski both in the same draft.
Yeah.
I understand there are risks, but for what you're paying for them, I think the upside is worth it. And of course, with these young guys, we're always going to be worried about the whip that I've been talking about, right? The control. We know they have great stuff. That's why they're already doing what they're doing. But yeah, if these guys, any of these second-year guys that we've seen, Burns, Chandler, Mizorowski, Yuri, he's more than a second-year guy, but you know what I mean. The injuries have derailed him a couple times. Schittler, we talked about. All these guys, the one that hones in the control and command and has the best whip will probably be the highest-rated fantasy pitcher of all those. Would be my guess.
You're 100% right. I totally agree. I've been doing I've kind of tried to change my mindset in draft and hold leagues this year. And if I'm picking, and let's say I do a lot of 12-team NFBC 50s, and if I'm picking from 6 to 12, then I'm trying to take Scooble, Crochet, and Skeens in that area, depending on where I pick. If I'm 1 through 5, then I'm picking a hitter. Ohtani, Judge, Witt, Jose Ramirez, and Soto.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, I'm trying to focus more on having one of those elite studs, because I was looking back last year, and the most successful leagues I had were one where I started Scooble or Skeens. I don't think I had any Crochet last year. I can't remember off the top of my head, but so that's I'm trying to focus in on that, just because those guys, like we were saying with Scooble, 200 innings pitched with a 220 Ks and all those ratios. It's just so valuable.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I like that too, because then I can draft, Cade Horton, Chase Burns, Savage, Schittler, players like that. They're young, they're risky, they're going to have blow ups. But if you have that Scooble, then you can hopefully ride those out. Which I was so happy to see Scooble get his money at the arbitration hearing.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, I just won the Cy Young twice.
Right.
Like, what do you want me to do? Seriously.
And I feel like Detroit didn't stand a chance going into that hearing. I think they at least had to be above the qualifying offer amount for this season to have a chance at winning that hearing. I don't know what they were thinking.
I think they were thinking, they were looking at Well, they looked at the precedent, and there was like this David Price deal, like
Yeah.
so they were trying to find some, or their lawyers or somebody was trying to find some legal leg to stand on to pay as little as they could, because because once you break through, now all the press, of course, is there going to be another Cy Young Award winner up for arbitration after just winning the Cy
Right.
Young twice in a row? Is that likely to happen? I seriously doubt it. But if there is, now there's precedent.
Well, my thing is, in my opinion, it really hurts Detroit's chances of signing Skubal to an extension or when he hits free agency. Kind of like Corbin Burns in Milwaukee. Once they go in and just trash you in that hearing, you just won back-to-back Cy Youngs, and the team is going to go in there and say everything that was horrible about your performance. Are you going to want to sign with that team?
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, I think it just comes down to money, obviously, like most things in life. And, if they pay, they pay. But here's a guy I really like. It looks like
I like him a lot, too.
I'm getting priced out.
Same. Yeah. I was in on Addison Barger, who went for $8 earlier as well, up to $5 or $6. I'm a huge Addison Barger fan. I feel like we would have seen him more last season. That oh goodness, who's their center fielder that used to catch there in Toronto? Varsho, right? He was out to start the season last season, so they needed a center fielder. That's why Barger started in the minors, is because they needed his roster spot. It wasn't due to his performance. As soon as Varsho came back, Barger got called up, and I was pretty excited about what he did. I know he can sit versus some lefties, but we're getting to the point
I feel like he got
the
better.
player pool where, I do as well. I'm big on Addison Barger this season.
Yeah, I like Addison Barger a lot. Plus, you get that eligibility, third base and outfield, which is always helpful. Well, here's an interesting nomination: Carlos Narvaez, Boston rookie, not rookie anymore, but I guess, but Boston catcher, hit 15 home runs last year. Kevin.
Yeah, and he's far from a rookie. He's been around a little while.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
24, I guess. But this is a guy I don't know what to do with. And I think that $4 could be amazing. He is, if I still needed a catcher, he wouldn't have went for $4. Put it that way.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued. He's not somebody I can spend a lot of money on, but I'm intrigued enough. I could definitely go $5 there.
Here we are, round 14. I think we get a break after round 15. So this is moving along. I feel like this is moving along a lot faster than last year.
Shane McClanahan, I was big on him last year, and then it didn't work out with the injury. So I'm kind of like you were talking earlier about a couple of players. I'm scared away, but I feel like if we see him for 110, 120 innings, that could be a really nice buy there. What do you think about McClanahan?
It's the same thing. I don't draft injured pitchers, and gotcha. I don't think he didn't play last year, did he? Not one single inning. Sometimes I get him confused with Rasmussen. Rasmussen's fine, right? Yeah, he played.
Yeah.
Shane McClanahan. No,
he hasn't pitched since 2023.
Yeah, no, I'm not going. I'm not doing that. I wish him the best. Carlos Rodon went for $7. Won't be ready at the beginning of the year, but will be at some point. What kind of timetable did they give him, Kevin? Do you happen to know, Carlos Rodon?
Yeah, he's already throwing bullpen sessions. So
good.
I don't think it's going to be long. They're saying late April, early May just because he's behind a little bit. But yeah, he's already throwing bullpens. So
Well, $7
you're probably
pretty
looking
good.
at, yeah, absolutely. And similar to Eovaldi, when healthy, he's going to really help your team, especially in strikeouts. It's a matter of when healthy.
This will be interesting. This is a guy from your neck of the woods, Carter Jensen.
Yeah, I love him. Love him as a player.
I can't believe he only went for $6.
Think we're going to see him as much this year as a lot of people do.
Yeah, but
That's
still, I'm still shocked that he only went
and
for
that 300 batting average in 60 at bats last season. He's not going to hit 300 at the major league level because we're looking at a high 20s percent strikeout rate is what we're going to be looking at. Not what he did in such a small sample last year. That's part of why I have been, as much as I love him and as a Royals fan, I hope he's off the charts. I just don't think he's getting the playing time that everybody else thinks he's getting, or not everybody. Many people think he's going to get in 2026.
Yeah, you look at his underlying metrics, and wow. I mean, it looks legit. How about this guy? Speaking of legit, how legit is he these days? Mike Trout for the Angels. 26 home runs last year, but that batting average, it looks like that's where it's going to be, for the rest of his career, his Hall of Fame career, 232.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if he spiked another, 44 home runs in the same amount of at-bats like he did a couple of years back, right? Even missing time, still go out and put up over 40 home runs, but I do think the batting average will be an issue.
Yeah, who would have thunk? 5
years
ago.
Jose Caballero. He's my favorite of the so-called rabbits. How about you?
Yeah, me too.
The position eligibility, the fact we're going to see him early in the year playing shortstop, probably while Volpe is out, and then just solidifying that he will be in the lineup most days at one of the many positions he can play late in games as a pinch runner. Yeah, he's somebody that I will try to develop a team around the low power numbers. And evidently you agree, and scored him there for $8. That's a nice price, I think, for minimum 40 stolen bases, in my opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I like him too. I think even when Volpe comes back, it looks like Volpe will be back maybe in May, I would think. So he's going to get playing. Jose Caballero is going to get playing time, and like you say, he's got all that eligibility. It's pretty. In a fab league, it's not as important than a draft and hold, obviously, but you take him like I did, so I'm going to have to make it up with power somewhere. But I've got a few ideas.
I'm trying to do that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and you
sure
did.
I got him. Christian Walker. One of the many first basemen down here. Most people would consider last year a down year in Houston, still had 27 home runs, 88 RBI. So he's right there. I think he's a 3,100 guy that you could get much later than some of the other first basemen that are going to do about the same thing. The batting average is a bit of a risk, but I do think second year in Houston, we can get him back up into the 250s like he did in 23 and 24. So it's why I wait on first base. And if I hadn't got him for 10, I wasn't going any higher. There's still other first basemen that I'd try to get for that $10 or less.
Totally agree. Yeah, you still got Torkelson out there. Got some options. Jake Berger, if you're into the burger. Adulis Garcia just went for $8. I mean, that's a good bet for a bounce back.
Yep, I love it.
Hitting in Philadelphia, that's pretty great. Other than maybe Cincinnati, I can't think of a better spot for him to end up.
There's Torkelson. I looked up. I thought it was going to be Ben that nominated him. a lot of his nominations have been, if not the player, the category that we've talked about. He throws them out to get the player. We get them in people's minds. He throws them out there, hoping they'll go an extra couple bucks on them. Pretty good strategy.
That's a great strategy.
He's done that a few times. So I was thinking that was probably him, but it wasn't. And he goes for $8. Gleyber Torres for $7. I love that. In fact, I probably should have been in on that as a middle infielder. I really think hitting near the top of the lineup in Detroit. I know we're not going to get any stolen bases out of Gleyber, but just solid, not going to hurt you other than the lack of speed. Other 4 categories. One of the many second baseman that I like at the lower price range.
Here's another here's Jorge Polanco.
Yep.
Had that career, just had such a good year.
Especially the first couple months, and then he dropped way off, and then he kind of bounced back right at the end of the year. I got him back in my lineups where I had to start benching him a little bit, but yeah, I thought Polanco was great last year, and he's another one of those guys. He's always at least he always will provide something to your team when he's healthy. He may not be a superstar, but he's always decent at a minimum when he's healthy.
Got $40 million guaranteed.
Love it.
I remember when he was back for the Twins. There were several years where I was in on Jorge Polanco, and I remember one time he hit for the cycle. That was a good day, good hitting day. Jorge Polanco is now with the Mets. What do you think of the Mets off-season moves?
Well,
Luis Robert Jr.
I'm not big on Robert Jr., but I am not going to say that he can't do what we've seen him do, especially with the change of scenery. Getting in spite of, I think the White Sox are going to be better than we've seen the past couple of seasons. I think maybe that atmosphere is better, but he's been there the entire time. So even if it does get better, I feel like it's still going to be tough on him. So I could see him coming out and being the player we thought he was going to be 4 years ago. Also, the batting average just scares me.
I just bid up Jonathan Aranda.
I didn't want to say anything because there was a couple other people bidding with you, and not that I think it matters too much. Most everybody in this draft listens to the same podcast we do and such. But Aranda, another reason that we both waited on first base. Exactly.
Yeah, I was big on Aranda last year. He got hurt, unfortunately, but when he came back, I think he broke his thumb. I can't remember, but when he came back, he hit well. So I'm in on Aranda. I like his batting average too. He's not going to steal any bases, but I got Jose Caballero, so maybe that'll help offset that a little bit.
Well, I just tried to nominate a player here, Britton, and it told me the draft is paused because that was the end of round 15.
There you go. All right, Tom, for a little run across the hall, as you so eloquently say, and I'll be right back.
Sounds great. All right. I'll try to give us a bit of a summary. I think we still have a team with no catchers, but that is the team I brought up earlier with a very solid foundation. Ohtani, Witt Jr., Corey Seager is going to be his middle infielder. And then his pitching, Yamamoto, DeGrom, Munoz, Woodruff, Glasnow, Snell. So he's got $40 to spend on about 9 players. So he's going to be looking for the guys with late value. I'm sure he has his players in mind. But that is the one team that does not have a catcher yet. And with the other offense he has so far, that may work out for him. about half of the other 14 teams do have a second catcher, including both Britton and myself. Britton went early and got Langeliers and Baldwin. I went about as late as I can go, and still probably don't have the plate appearances I would want unless Francisco Alvarez just stays completely healthy. I went Francisco Alvarez and JT Real Muto. Real Muto will help solidify my batting average about as well as anybody left at the position when I grabbed him could. And in that lineup is still going to give me some counting stats as well. I've started filling in my infield just a bit, but haven't went over $10 on any of them. They're all players that Adam and I on the wire would talk about in the opportunity section. I believe Christian Walker, I just think is going to be much better than he was in Houston last season. And he still hit 27 home runs. I'm just hoping for the batting average to get back to the 250s. Brendan Donovan, Seattle has said he will lead off versus righties and lefties. If that is the case, I love him as my starting second baseman. Mason Wynn, I feel like is a bargain after last year's hype. But yeah, I still need a third baseman and a corner and a middle and one more outfielder. Britton needs a second baseman, third baseman, and corner. So far, we both still have our utility. He needs a couple outfielders. Roughly, Britton actually has one more pitcher than I do now. I'm still sitting with my three starters, Fried, Reagans, Lodolo. I'll start filling in there. Have my two closers. Britton has Robert Garcia, which if you're going to go cheap on closer, that's probably where I would start, as Britton did. So are any of the teams, Britton, standing out to you? I kind of just did a little bit of synopsis and talked about the players, the positions we still have open going forward here. But any of these other teams really sticking out to you? I keep going back to Team 10 with Bobby Witt Jr., Shohei Ohtani, Corey Seager, Okamoto, Keyshaw at second base. Huge, could be a huge risk reward payoff there. And then Yamamoto, DeGrom, Munoz, Woodruff, Glasnow, Snell. If they can fill in with the $40 they have remaining, I just keep going back to that team. With the players we have now, that looks amazing.
Yeah, it really does. No outfielders on that team.
Right.
No catcher. That's fascinating. That's going to be a really interesting puzzle to piece together. But yeah, Yamamoto, DeGrom, Munoz, Woodruff. It's very interesting. Let's see how we
Ben
do.
Bingham. I'm always going to look at Ben's teams. He's such a great drafter. Getting Will Smith, a top 5 catcher perennially for $10, backing it up with Samuel Basallo. So getting 2 solid catchers for just $17. Nick Kurtz, 26. And then speed to back up Nick Kurtz there with Bryce Terang at 17. Bo Bichette and Michael Garcia, 5 category guys. Dansby is just he's got a couple old boring guys here that just fill up this roster amazingly for me. Dansby, Swanson, Brian Reynolds to go along with Roman Anthony and Tyler Soderstrom in his outfield. Like I said, before even looking at the players, I knew I would like Ben's team.
Yeah, we're back on the clock. Yeah, Ben's got.
Gosh, I timed out on my nomination again. I got to stop doing that. I apologize, everybody.
Well, it's I'm distracting.
This one
you,
I don't feel too bad as it was the end of a break, but a couple other times I shouldn't be doing that. At least it's only 10 seconds or whatever it is.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever. I mean, it's we're going on almost 3 hours here, Looks like yeah, we're definitely coming down to the wire a little bit. I see one team has $12. This team has 11, 14.
Yeah, 9. Yeah, we're getting down here. These are gonna start.
This is where your nominations start really, it's
Yeah, this is where it gets to the point where you have to be really careful. You don't necessarily want to nominate a player you don't want. You could
Yeah.
get crickets, the so-called boomerang coming back at you. At the same time, if you're out of money and hoping somebody gets overlooked and you can grab them in the first reserve round, you may not want to nominate them. So
a lot of strategy.
Yeah, and it starts going quick.
It starts going bang, bing bang boom, and you got to be ready. Can't be hitting that red box wine. Too late. Oh, my turn. Excuse me. I nominated Matthew Boyd. Just had a solid year last year. 3.21 ERA, 1.09 WHIP, 14 wins for the Chicago Cubs. Not going to get you a lot of Ks, but Matthew Boyd looked like he kind of had a refresh start to his career. Where was Matthew Boyd? Was he the Tigers? Was that where he? Yeah.
Detroit is a couple good years, but never
got
really
injuries.
Stayed healthy, right? Yeah. Yeah, these our last few, we're already to the 7th player being nominated since we came back from the break. $5, $4, $5, $3, $4, $3. So yeah, this is starting to go
you're
quick.
right. There's not going to be a whole lot of back and forth bidding going on from now on, I bet.
No. This is where if I really want a player, I consider opening the nomination at $2. People may be willing to go 2, but not 3. It's most teams are there's a $55. I have 48. There's a 34. Everybody else is in the 40. Everybody else is in the 20s or lower. So it's to the point where you might want to think about throwing them out there at a couple of bucks.
Yeah, here's the closer for Washington. I'm seriously considering it. That's not desperate. But there's another player I'm gonna look at a little bit later. So Kevin, do you have like notes or a spreadsheet that you're looking at? I literally just like have a notepad and a pen where I'm making notes. I'm like, okay, don't forget this player.
I do that,
or please forget this player.
Yeah, I jot some names down that I don't want to forget, or put them in my queue. The problem with that is when you're timing out on your nominations, like I am, you don't want the guy that you're trying to remember later get to the top of your queue and you nominate him before you want to. But I've been talking for a couple of seasons. I am a huge advocate of, the first person I heard talk about this was Jenny Butler, about keeping a notebook. And I do that. I have a notebook that is kind of big points after I've thought about them that I put in throughout the season, things I don't want to forget next season. And then a separate notebook that I carry with me everywhere I go. I'm listening to podcasts when I'm out driving around. I'm looking up things if I have time, and anything I want to look at more later or not forget, I just jot a note down. And before any draft, I go through those notes, and just so I refresh my mind if there's guys I want to keep an eye out for, guys I'm interested in, guys that I may not really be big on, but if my team's going a certain way, yeah, I'll take a shot on this guy here for a certain reason. But I try not to look at that during the draft. Like you, I've jotted a couple things down. but I try to just focus on the draft room when the draft's going on.
Yeah, those are all great points.
How about you?
I do the same thing. I make some notes, like, and I basically made a whole team with their AAV, which obviously can wildly change. And like these are, in an ideal world, this is what I want my team to look like. And I fill out all the positions and all the SPs, and and obviously most of these aren't. Most of this did not happen, but at least, but then next to it, I put little side. If you remember those books that came out, those nutrition books that like, eat this, no, don't eat that, eat this. It's kind of yeah. I kind of have that going on a little bit. But then as the draft goes and I start marking players off, then I literally have to put on here, don't forget about this player, and then it starts looking like a Christmas tree. Like I'm not even sure what information is accurate anymore in this sucker. Because sometimes I start talking or and I just forget what I'm doing. Looks like we got Otto Lopez, aka the bus driver. Shout out Bubba and the Bloom. Let's see, he went for $7. That's pretty healthy this late in the draft.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Bryce Miller, the next pitcher, the next player nominated by you, I believe.
Yeah. I threw him out there. I knew he wouldn't go for much more than $2 or $3. Thought maybe I could sneak him. I should have nominated him for 2. Obviously, somebody was willing to go 3, but I should have taken my own advice and nominated him for 2. With a player I wasn't necessarily willing to spend a bunch of money on, but I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued in the bounce back we may see from Bryce Miller. So I wouldn't have been upset if I'd have got stuck with him throwing him out at this point in the draft. Is where
absolutely. No, he had that great season. It's not, I mean, he's shown how talented he is. It's just, those injuries, just like everybody, it just a lot of times just piles up.
If Andrew Vaughn does anything close to what he did after heading to Milwaukee, you just got a bargain at $3.
Yeah, I kind of believe.
I think I do too. Believe.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't a flash, a hot month. I guess we'll see. But they like him enough to let Rhys Hoskins walk, and they're not going to re-sign him. And it looks like. All right, now here's a very interesting player, Jake Berger. I was a big Jake Berger guy last year. Drafted him everywhere. It didn't work out.
I was too, and I kept waiting for his second half, like he did in 2024.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. And I don't know how I feel. I did go $5, but the bidding is up to $6, and I don't know if I'm happy or upset.
Yeah, like, thank you. That's funny. All right. Let's see if here's an interesting player. Let's see if I could sneak him through. You're probably right. I probably should have done the $3 thing. Joe Musgrove, he's starting pitcher for the San Diego Padres. Didn't play last year, but he's going to be back this year with no restrictions. I read the manager say he's not going to be under a strict innings limit or anything like that, so we'll see. But looks like somebody went up to $5, which is his AAV, which is fair, but I've got 3. pitcher slots that I need to fill. Victor Carantini, Minnesota, catcher. I don't think anybody's going to bid $2 on Carantini. Nope, $1. I saw this one kind of went under the radar for me. I saw Riley O'Brien, the relief pitcher for the Cardinals, got picked, or excuse me, got nominated for $4. Or he got.
Yeah.
I thought he was hurt. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, here we go. Luis Ariz, former 2-time batting champion. Going late, let's see where he goes. You're right, Kevin.
Yeah, it's quick.
This is about to get real fast.
And the thing about it is, there's plenty of time between the nominations, but once a player is nominated, you have to be able to make that decision really quickly if you want in or not.
Isaac Paredes. Don't call me Isaac. Just a straight up power hitter. All the power in the world. Went for $6 in that short porch, baby, in Houston, to Mr. Kevin Hasting.
Yeah, I like the Houston Corners, evidently.
It's a great place to hit.
Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. Logan Ohape, I wish I could be on him. I'm just
Bubba in the
he
balloon
doesn't
favorite.
walk, so he gets well over 400 at bats of that horrendous batting average. There are some builds where Logan Ohape absolutely would be my second catcher, but I'm typically looking for.
He needs to double that home run output if he's going to hit, 210.
Yeah, he's got to hit 60, right? Like Cal.
Hey, it's got to be more than 19. That's for sure. I don't know what the exact number is, but 19
more than 19.
Right.
I don't know what it is. It's more than 19.
But he's young. I mean, he's got potential. Maybe bust out with a 240, something like that. Have a good year. Logan Ohape. So, how many rounds left, Kevin, do we have in nominations?
This is 17, so 6 more when this round comes to an end here.
All right. So it seems like it's time to start getting a little serious, as they say. Here's Merrill Kelly. Sorry for the dead air, folks. Hey, Kevin, what are the odds anyone's still watching?
And there's still a lot going on in the chat.
Is there? Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for doing that. I'm sorry we haven't been looking at the chat too much. It's just we're literally trying to.
I think
talk and auction at the same time.
I think we have seen most of the straight up questions. Carlos Correa. Nice batting average boost.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. Okay, you just got to figure his with that history of back injuries. You're only
What do you
There's
think of
just no
this guy,
upside.
Shane Smith? Some analysts love him. Some that I listen to aren't in at all. Big, wide range of opinions on Shane Smith, and even toss out the fact that he pitches for the White Sox. What do you think of Shane Smith?
I like Shane Smith. He's got a lot of upside, and the Chicago White Sox might be pretty good this year. So yeah, I like Shane Smith. That's like you said, it's a scratch off ticket, you know. Here we go, Kerry Carpenter. 26 home runs. That is pretty darn good. 250 average. No stolen, well, excuse me, one stolen base. But 26 home runs for $5. Platoon guy, though, right, Kevin? Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah, but he's the type of player that I think we need to be embracing. Because as we said earlier, there's not enough non-platoon guys for us to all of our fantasy teams to only start players that don't platoon. And when you get a guy like Kerry Carpenter that still gets over 60 RBI, over 60 runs, those 26 home runs, with a decent batting average that only slightly hurts you, I think you can dive in, because there will be times when Detroit's facing a couple lefties in a row. You're going to sit them out of your lineup. You're going to get more numbers from someone else. So I think you can do very well with guys like Kerry Carpenter in your lineup. The danger is you can't have too many. We have limited roster spots, so you can't have too many platoon players on your roster. You got to be able to move them around. But I think Kerry Carpenter is one of the ideal large side platoon guys. Waiting on a nomination from Britton here. Max Muncy just keeps hitting home runs for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, he does. And he just got a contract.
Yeah.
Re-upped.
Right.
So I'm bidding on Max Muncy because I have an open third base slot. And you know, he was kind of my last line of defense was Max Muncy. So I spent $7 on him, and I felt okay going for Max Muncy, like letting him, Muncy and Vaughn, hoping for a little bit of power boost, because I previously spent a little bit on Jose Caballero. So kind of one of those deals where I'm trying to offset the empty stolen base guys with Jose Caballero. So we'll see how that works. But you know, Max Muncy had a pretty good year last year, after he got those Ricky Vaughn glasses, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anthony Santander went for $1. So I guess is he out? Was he not out for the year?
5 to 6 months. So
hopefully he'll beat that timeline. I drafted Anthony Santander in a lot of draft and holds at like November, December.
Earlier. Yeah,
I did, because all the news I read was how he's, you know, doing better, but then that news hit a couple weeks ago, and I was like, well, there goes that. Here's an interesting player. Colton Cowser, yeah. 16 home runs, 14 stolen bases, batting average. Oof.
Teams are filling out their outfield here. They're still Uh,
I need
over
some-
over 15 outfield positions that need filled for the various teams. One team still needs 4 of them. Now there may be other players in different positions they can move around. I'm just looking at the auction board. Cedric Mullins filling one of those spots for $2. I like Cedric Mullins this year. Platoon player, but once again, you go in knowing that, and that's all you're counting on. It does mean those RBI and run numbers may be a little lower than we would hope for, but I mean, he still stole over 20 bases last year in only 133 games. So at this point in the draft, I feel like that's great for $2.
Yeah, $2. Here we are, round 18, pick 2 or nomination 267, 67. Sorry, I have a 12-year-old daughter. I have to tell her that I did that. She would appreciate it.
Yes, she will.
Shout out Josephine and my
Colson
other daughter, Kate.
going here. He put up some pretty nice numbers.
Oh, he came out with a bang. Power hit for power all day, which was strange because his minor league profile wasn't the power wasn't at the top of the list, but yeah, he did it. It's funny. I'm looking through the history and I'm like, Willie Castro? Like, what? I'm just missing. I guess I see it and then mentally just check out or something because I'm like, when did Willie Castro get nominated? I don't remember that at all. Edwin Ucenta. He's going to be, I think, in the Tampa Bay Rays mix.
Yeah, this is why I said we think so. When you brought up Griffin Jackson earlier, we've seen Uceta be very, very good. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to use him a little bit.
Looks we're in on Joey Quintilla.
Yeah.
I looked at him the other day. Yeah, his strikeout rate or his K per non rate was like Edwin Diaz's. Of course, his walk rate wasn't like Edwin Diaz's, but Joey Quintilla for the Guardians, if he can control that stuff a little bit, it kind of reminds me like Jose Soriano a little bit. Joey Quintilla.
Yeah, we've seen Cleveland pitchers do well in recent seasons. Well, added Cody Ponce coming back.
Very interesting.
Overseas. Yeah.
Very interesting. Got a 3-year deal out of the KBO, I believe, where he led the KBO in strikeouts. I don't know what the name for that is, but there's an award if you lead the league in strikeouts at the KBO. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, Cody Ponce. You know who was second in KBO?
I do not.
Drew Anderson.
Oh, nice.
Who got a 1-year deal with the Tigers. So you got Cody Ponce winning the strikeout race, I guess. Got a 3-year deal. Sorry, Drew. You only got a 1-year deal, but don't worry, it's for several millions. So it's going to be all right. All right, we're in round 19.
This is sad. Spencer Schwellenbach about to go for $2.
Yep. Remember, he was the big buzz last year. Oh, this is my turn. Whoops.
Yeah, and I think he had the opportunity to make another leap. Very unfortunate, the injury there.
All right, I'm going to nominate players I want from here on out. So this is Mr. Trent Grisham, and I don't know why Mr. Grisham doesn't get all the love. I guess I'll just go ahead and do this. Oh, he went for $6. Wow, he went for $6. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was trying to get him because he bats leadoff for the Yankees, and I looked at, and he's not going to hit 31 home runs again like he did last year, but I looked at him and his walk rate is elite. I guess that's why the brains in the front office and the Yankees put him at leadoff, but his walk rate's elite, and his chase rate, like, he doesn't chase. So he walks and he doesn't chase, and he can hit 30 home runs. And but he doesn't get much love in drafts. What do you think about Trent Grisham?
No, I love him. I was fortunate enough to grab him early in the season in Fab in multiple leagues last season, and the playing time just kept getting better and better throughout the year. He kept hitting home runs, so they kept putting him in the lineup. And
Yep.
I think as long as that continues, they'll keep putting him in the lineup. I feel like when he left Milwaukee after that misplay in the outfield in the postseason, the traded to the Padres, and then he still wasn't great with the Padres, but it took him a while to get his confidence back, I think, and we saw that last season.
I mean, you have to be confident to sport that type of mustache.
Right.
You have to have confidence. One time, I used to let my beard grow out every now and then, like really grow out, not like Duck Dynasty, but pretty thick. And of course, so one time I decided just to shave it. I just got tired of looking at it, so I shaved it, but I left a big bushy mustache. So when Sarah got home, I just very nonchalantly just said, hey, what's up? And I had that big mustache. And she looks at me and she goes, oh, hell no.
Oh, no.
I was like, well, let's just give it a couple days. And she goes, no days.
We're not even going to do that.
It was the shortest conversation she and I have ever had. That was the end. There was no conversation. Like, yeah, no, just no. Like,
I have met Sarah multiple times, and this does not surprise me one bit, Britton.
Yes, she was not into. Oh, speaking of mustache, here's Austin Wells looking dapper. Some people can pull the mustache off, some people can't, and I'm in the can't pile. So
you need a UT and a couple of outfielders as far as hitters go.
I know. I thought I was going to get Trent Grisham, but then I got outbid.
Snuck in right at the end.
I was like, "There's no way." Nobody wants Trent Grisham. I'm like, wrong. Somebody definitely wanted Trent Grisham. Jonathan India, you were talking about him earlier. They
with that multiple position eligibility, I've landed.
I thought he was going to be non-tendered. He had such a bad year last year. I thought they were going to non-tender him, but they didn't.
They can't with their with what they paid him, and that's another reason I fully believe he's getting all the opportunities this season, and
they definitely believe in him. So.
I think rather than counting him as a leadoff guy, and they traded for him due to his OBP, and they wanted him to lead off and get on base 36% of the time. That didn't happen. I think he still has that in him. In fact, I think he will be a 350 plus OBP guy in 2026, but they're not expecting him to be at the top of the lineup doing that. He's going to do it lower in the order, and I think he's going to settle in and play some second base, maybe a little bit of left field once in a while, some designated hitter, and be in the lineup nearly every day. Nobody wants to hear that. Royals fans don't want to hear it. Fantasy players don't want to hit it. And I could be completely wrong, but I just feel like the Royals are going to play him.
Every indication is that, they tendered the contract like yeah, you're right. He's going to play. Jonathan India, formerly a Cincinnati Red, a couple 2020 years, right, for Cincinnati. Jonathan India, formerly a Florida Gator, as I recall. Brett Beatty, the New York Mets. The Mets had some weird news come up today, Kevin.
Yeah.
Like they said Luis Robert Jr. needs to work on some core muscle issues. They're like, we're going to take slow play Brett Beatty. Just like, what's going on? Like, I mean, I know it's spring training or actually pre-spring training, but you get these weird kind of Debbie Downer reports out of the Mets. It was really, really strange. Did you see any of that?
Yeah, same exact reaction. It was just strange. I didn't know what to think about what was going on there.
And it could be much ado about nothing. Like, coach speak or whoever speak, who knows, but all right, I need outfield is what I need, but I took a swing and a miss on old Trent Grisham. I should have bid that up. Mistakes were made, Kevin.
Oh, I made several. And that is very apparent. I'm going to have money left over. I'm going to have a lot of money left over.
Yeah, I guess I am too.
A couple of the guys that I missed out on earlier, and I'm not blaming it on this. I love what we're doing. I love this conversation as we're drafting. I would do this with you if we weren't streaming it for everyone else to see, and had the same results. But a couple of guys that I should have been paying closer attention to and could have got for a couple more dollars, I'm going to wish I had them. I have $25 left to spend on.
I have more than that. Yeah.
And I'm probably, I can take any three pitchers I want pretty much, unless you want them.
Well, wait a minute. I've got UT.
You only need one. You only need one pitcher.
I only need one
so
pitcher.
I can get all the pitching I want. There's a couple of other guys with money left. But not a whole lot. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to phrase it this way. It's not surprising to me that the two teams with money left over are you and I, because we missed out on a couple of guys that we probably would have been in on.
I did.
I adjust and spend it somewhere else. That's on us.
I can't. I should have been paying up on Trent Grisham because I had him on my list. I also had Giancarlo Stanton. I think he's way undervalued. But then I looked. I'm like, where did he go? he apparently got nominated. 3, 4, 5 rounds ago. I just completely missed, which is weird because I'm looking at the board.
I snagged Stanton.
You did? See?
Yeah.
I think you put a little spell on me or something.
26 home runs and less than 250 at bats. Let's get to even 450 at bats and see what happens. Right.
Yeah. Good batting average in the lineup. Stanton's one of those players like kind of like Dansby Swanson. Like they're just old and nobody wants them,
Mm-hmm.
But I do because it's or like George Springer. Had such a great season, but of course nobody wants him. And they should because he's awesome.
Yeah, he went for about 3 times what he was going for last year, and helped a lot of teams win some leagues. Going for $15 this season after being about a $5 or $6 player in a lot of auctions last year.
God, yeah, this is embarrassing. I have way too much. I think I'm single-handedly going to throw off some players' AAV here in the next 3 rounds or whatever it is.
Well, we won't have to. Nobody's going to outbid us anyway. Some of these hitters going that I wish I could have been in on, right? Hindsight's 2020. If we'd have known Miguel Vargas was going to go for $3, would you have waited and taken that $3 Miguel Vargas?
Not really, to be honest. I'm not a believer in Miguel Vargas with that batting average.
Yeah, the batting average is, yeah, you're right.
Well, yeah,
you're right when it comes
to
no
one says that a whole lot, but yeah, I'm sorry. I've got 2 outfield spaces to fill, and I'm looking through here and I'm like, wow, I don't want any of these guys. Like, even for free. Looks like it's your turn to nominate.
Yeah, nominate a pitcher I want, right?
Oh, Logan Harrison. I'm not going to bet on it, but I love Logan Henderson. He's such a bulldog. He's not a big guy, but I got to see him play a few times over in the Nashville Sounds Stadium, which is in North Nashville, the AAA affiliate to the Milwaukee Brewers. Took a year or 2 ago, took my daughters and wife to a Sounds game where they were playing the Norfolk Tides, which at that time had Holiday. It had like Kobe Mayo, like Stowers, like had
probably Norby.
Yeah, exactly.
All those guys.
Connor Norby like was shine that game. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I remember thinking at the time, and I like took a picture of the lineup, and I was like, wow, look at all these superstars. And of course, baseball is I think one of the hardest games in the world. So you never know how it works out.
Oh, this one hurts. I am a huge Jesus Sanchez fan.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna
now the recent trade. I was really big on him in Houston this year. I was kind of surprised by this trade, but oh yeah, you got him there. Nice. I didn't have room for him. I couldn't bid. I'm going to sneak out for a few seconds as soon as you make your nomination.
I'm bidding. I nominated Jojo Romero, and that's probably a head scratcher, understandably so. But I think he's going to get saves in St. Louis. Could he get traded? Sure. But we'll see. At this late, I'll see what happens. Plus, I think Riley O'Brien got hurt the other day, so it's basically between the Jojo Romero and Matt Swanson. Show me your papers. But I'll go with JoJo since he was the closer down the stretch when everybody got hurt. So I need utility spot and outfield. So who's, and I've got the most money. I've got an embarrassing amount of money left. So who is the best hitter available? Because I can pretty much have whichever hill. Let's just do home runs here. Oh, is it going to be Josh Bell?
No.
Oh, no. Do you want Josh Bell?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I don't want any collusion or anything.
Available in the snake, but absolutely, go ahead and take him.
I really like
that's a nice dart for $2. Chase DeLauder. If he just stays healthy.
Yeah, Chase DeLauder, superstar prospect. Dude, did you see him out in the fall league?
I believe so.
Yeah. I remember the last time I saw you out there was the Matt Mervis year. Remember Matt Mervis? Matt Mervis took the Arizona Fall League by storm one year, literally. And first baseman prospect for the Cubs.
I'm going to have so much money left over.
I know. Can I spend $20 on like Young Ho Lee, or is that bad form? I don't know. I don't want to be that team with all the money left, but it looks like I'm going to be. I need to just take my medicine. All right, so all my pitching is full. What about you, Kevin? What do you have left to fill?
All I need is one pitcher. I can have my pick of them since you don't need one. So the question isn't who do I want the most? The question is who do I think gets drafted the earliest in the snake?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I think it's probably this guy.
Oh, I love Cameron. Not a big strikeout guy, but
his location's amazing.
I'm all in.
I think
he doesn't get enough credit.
I think he can keep up what he did. My team is full with $15 left. That is horrible. Do not do that. Everybody listening knows, but you definitely.
I know. For some reason, I didn't hit that add one when I was Trent Grisham because I guess I didn't realize how much money I had. Whoopsie. In our defense, we are talking during an auction draft, literally.
Well, 4 hours. This has been great. Yeah, we're only a little over 3.5 hours, and we'll take a break here once everybody fills their teams, which will be pretty quickly, and knock out 7 rounds of a snake draft. I feel like we're gonna not go much over 4 hours here. I think we did well as a group.
Yep.
Some of the guys get going for $1 or $2 now are guys I wish would be available in the snake. I'm not upset I didn't get them because of the positions I filled with players, but yeah, guys like Evan Carter, I'd love to take a shot on them and see what their spring looks like.
We'll see if anybody Kevin wants to outbid me for.
I'm full.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I saw you had $15, and I was like, well, I got to make
Yeah.
sure Kevin doesn't.
I was full. The maximum bid anybody could have went on an outfielder other than you was $3, $4. You just wanted to bump his AAV.
I apologize to everyone in the AAV. Please, AAV, please don't get mad at me. It's my money. If I want to spend it on beavers, then I'll spend it on beavers. I don't know what that means. Anyway, so
no, somebody on a podcast is going to say somebody spent $10 on Dylan Beavers when
What
they're
an
just looking at
idiot.
minimum and max, and you're going
Right.
to be, that was me. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, deal with it.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, $1 or $2 now that we'd be taking shots on. Benj, if he gets that left field job for the Mets, Austin Hayes should be getting at bats. I don't have much Jameson Tyon this season. Last season, he was amazing for me. He was a guy I was taking at this point in drafts just for innings and decent ratios. It worked out well. What do you think of Simeon Woods Richardson? I had kind of forgotten all about him, and now all of a sudden the last few days with the Pablo Lopez going down and some other things, his name's popping up again. And I'd kind of forgotten all about him. What do you think about Simeon Woods Richardson there?
You're 100% right with Pablo Lopez going down. I mean, if you're in a DC and you get into the later rounds and you're looking at a pitcher that has some upside, which he does because of his pedigree, then yeah, he's definitely on the radar. That Pablo Lopez injury news, man. Have we talked? I can't remember. It's been 3 hours, but have we talked about this pre-spring training like devastation news cycle, like hamate bones? Pablo Lopez. Like a lot of these injuries are coming up. It's really kind of scary. What have you thought?
Yeah, I think we kind of forget that when teams show up and pitchers and catchers are reporting, we're going to get some.
That's
news,
when the teams first learn about
right,
these issues,
but
right?
About some of it. But at the same time, we don't know who those players are going to be. So it's the three handmaids, especially with two of them being, superstars, and the other one a first round draft pick just a few years ago that people have expected to become a superstar at some point. I think that really put emphasis on it. And then some of these pitchers, we knew they were hurt last season. We thought they were coming back. We had questions, but we thought they were working their way back. We had just been told, I think we had just been told Pablo Lopez was having a normal offseason. And all of a sudden, we get the news that he's going to be out for probably the season. So, yeah, I think it has been $14 on Voices Ballesteros. I love it.
Hey, sometimes you got to go get your guy, no matter what the cost.
Exactly. But yeah, it's been a little rough. Luckily, the hamate bone injuries, we know guys that will be capable of coming back relatively soon. Hopefully, their performance is fine when they do come back. But yeah, I agree. It seemed like there was a whole lot of news the last 3 or 4 days, and not on the good side. And some of it was surprising.
Yeah, like Anthony Santander, we talked about earlier, just devastating from a guy that just signed a contract, injury riddled year last year, hoping for a bounce back, ready to go, and it just didn't happen. That sucks. I mean, it was only like 2-3 years ago where he hit 40 home runs for Baltimore. Like, we're not that far away from a from a Anthony Santander, 40 home run season, but that's just how it goes. All right. So here we are, round 23.
Yeah.
Looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 teams left. Kirby Yates went for $1. I love that. Kirby Yates might be the closer for the Angels all year.
Quite possibly.
Nolan Gorman, that's a great bid for $1. Third base eligible, second base eligible.
Probably playing every day.
Probably plays
St.
every
Louis.
single day.
Yeah.
If he
maybe the last chance, but
he's got to flip that.
He's run with it.
Yeah, he's got power. He's just got to have better plate discipline. But I mean, for $1, let's go. Great pick. Oh, oh no, Kevin. I think Kevin's so mad right now he literally can't talk.
Oh no, it's all good.
Oh, okay.
I have plenty of Josh Bell. And if it's anything like last season, he's going to be dropped, and I'll pick him up. I draft, as everybody knows, I drafted him everywhere last year, and I dropped him on most of those teams, and was able to pick him right back up when he got things going on every one of those teams. He's just one of those players that people don't like. So
yeah, true believer.
You can drop him when you need to and pick him back up when he picks things up. Now if Jordan Lawler gets the outfield job in Arizona and he's qualifying at third base, getting him for $1 is going to be nice.
Yeah, that's straight lotto ticket. Boom bust. Well, actually, there's not really bust since it's $1. If you look on the list of names here, Hurston Waldrop. Oh man, I'm a big believer in Hurston Waldrop, and in a lot of early DCs. I targeted Hurston Waldrop, but with that injury now, it looks like he's out for the starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. Oh, that was a bummer.
Yeah, a couple of messages in the chat. Cuero was sneaky. That was great for somebody that waited on their second catcher to the very end. They took William Contreras early and then just waited.
Yeah,
that probably works out. Who is owners that are bold enough to ride dirty with Vodnik as their closer is my kind of owner. I love that comment.
That's awesome.
Are any of these guys being picked now for $1 or $2, guys you were hoping would make it to the snake? Because a couple of my guys went, guys I had queued up. I had Chase Meadroth I had queued up because it looks like he's going to be the leadoff hitter, at least versus righties for the White Sox. So for runs and stolen bases, I think that's great.
Oh, Grant Holmes,
a great buy for $2. Who was that for you? Grant Holmes?
Grant Holmes looks like he's back healthy. He's going to be in the starting rotation.
Yeah, and with Schwellenbach down, he's makes that easier. Zebby Matthews, people last year. Harry Ford, if he gets that job, which it looks like he will.
Team 13 has 4 spots to fill.
And they get to pick them right in a row. Everybody else is full.
Yeah, you get to just do what you want.
Luis Rengifo.
There you go.
Our old mascot here on Bubba and the Bloom could be back in Milwaukee. Yeah, Milwaukee traded all their third basemen and then went out and signed like 3 more. Who's going to get the job?
That's fascinating. This is the Josh Bell team as well, Team 13. I love that pick, Nick Martinez.
Out of Cincinnati now.
Out of Cincinnati, signed with Tampa Bay. That's such a great pick. Such a great
Tampa going back to the Major League ballpark.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yep, super smooth.
And he did this right too. He left the utility as his last position to fill.
Yeah. The world is
Take
your
anybody you
oyster.
want. Oh, I
Yeah.
like that. Mike Yastrzemski. I think he's going to be good being in that lineup, large side platoon for Atlanta.
All right. So here we are. The auction portion is over.
They gave us 2 minutes. We have a
Two
minute and a half
whole
till
minutes.
this starts.
Yeah.
The guy I had queued up first was the taken at the end of round 23 there. Well, I have a minute to talk about this because I do have the first pick.
Oh yeah.
Here,
Please.
Britton.
Yeah.
And Adam and I talked about this guy a couple of weeks ago that I think is getting overlooked as far as the so-called rabbits, and that's Nasim Nunez in Washington. I think he's going to be everyday middle infielder. 9 stolen bases in 39 games last season at the major league level. He's put up big stolen base numbers in the minor leagues. Not going to contribute in power. I'm not believing that 4 home runs even in the 39 games he got into. I don't see that coming. He's 5'7", 165 pounds.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to play every day and steal bases. I was a little light, so he is definitely going to be my first pick. Try to add some speed to my team.
I like that too. And as we talked about earlier, plate appearances.
Yeah.
And he's got value because he's going to get plate appearances.
Aiden Miller went second. I'm a big Aiden Miller fan.
I'm not.
Looks like he may be up early, if not to start the season fairly early for Philadelphia there. Connor Norby, we talked about him briefly.
Yeah. Aiden Miller, that's a great pick. So what's your strategy for these reserve round, Kevin? Are you looking for upside? You looking for stability?
I'm looking for a little help on my perceived weaknesses. And I did that. I think I could be lacking some speed. So I at least want to get somebody that I think's got a chance to contribute there. And then I'm a little different during draft season than I am in season with my 7-man bench. Going into the season, I want to take as many shots on some pitchers as I can.
Yeah.
In season, then I want coverage for the weekend. We get to change our lineups on Friday, our hitting lineup in NFBC formats. So I want to have coverage at all the positions. But for these next few weeks, we get a fab week before the season begins. I try to take shots on as many pitchers as possible. You know, Nick Pollock puts out a tweet at the end of every season that all these pitchers were available after pick 290. I want to try to nail a couple of those.
I am a proud member of the Pitcher List PL Plus subscriber.
Very nice.
I love the Pitcher List. I've met Nick out in Arizona. Couldn't be nicer. Everybody I've met, obviously you, Adam. I've had the pleasure of being on y'all's podcast. So I hope everyone goes and supports Pitcher List and check out their website. I mean, it's just full. It's just great. It's fantasy baseball. It's great articles, great people. So please check it out. Pitcher List, pitcherlist.com. All right, so let's see. I picked Reynaldo Lopez.
And
the reason being is because there's a chance that he is fully healthy and has a starting rotation gig in Atlanta. Last time we saw him pitch, he had an under 3 ERA and a good whip, and he was lights out. He was like a top 20 starting pitcher.
He was under a 2 ERA.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. So I'm selling him short. Of course, injuries derailed him, and so is that breakout season going to happen again? No, certainly not. But we'll see. Hopefully, he's got a season in him. So that's why I kind of like that. In the reserve round, take a shot on somebody that's had success, and we'll see what happens. Who was your first reserve round pick?
I took Nunez, Washington.
Oh, that's right.
For my stolen bases. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at,
and a couple of guys that I would have taken ahead of him were taken after my team was full in the auction portion. Actually, I had Noah Cameron at the top of my queue.
Yeah.
He was taken with the last pick in the auction. And there was somebody else I was hoping might make it.
Bailey Ober, I looked at and I was like, is he hurt? Why is he still here? But so Bailey Ober,
I think it's just last year's performance.
Yeah, it was so bad. Somebody picked Taylor Rogers. He's projected to be, one of the saves leaders for Minnesota. That's a great pick. I wrote him down. Good job there. Colt Keith could bat leadoff for the Tigers, especially against righties. That's really fantastic. Yeah, this reserve round, man, it's moving. I'm like, wait a minute. When did that guy go? I don't know. Things move fast. All right, here's a guy that I kind of like. Was a big prospect for a while. Hit 16 home runs last year. His batting average is nothing to write home about, but what are your thoughts on Brooks Lee? I'm going to go ahead and pick him. He's got second base, third base, shortstop. I think he bats at the bottom of the order, which is a big problem. But I don't know. I think he's worth a shot. Do you have any opinion on Brooks Lee for Minnesota?
Yeah, he's the type of guy that when you get him at this point in a draft, it's amazing.
I was about to say,
last
it
season
like
there was a lot of
nice.
hype. No, last season there was a lot of hype around him. The problem is, he's going to hit at the bottom of the order.
Yeah.
But he's probably playing every day. Love the strikeout rate. Right. So going to lead to it should lead to better batting averages, I would think, but it hasn't so far. We've only seen 189 games from him at the major league level with a 254 BABIP.
It is your turn to pick, Kevin. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, but yeah, the point. Troy Melton went right before, and I get 2 picks. I'm gonna take back-to-back Royals here. I'm taking 2
Michael Wacha
guys.
2 you gonna take Seth Lugo?
For 2 guys for
I had Seth Lugo.
innings. Lugo struggled after the injury last season. I expect him to bounce right back. His age doesn't matter. The way he pitches with that wide arsenal, go out there and
he's a pro.
Some innings of good ratios. Michael Wacha's been doing the same thing for 4 seasons now, outperforming his ERA projections. Like I said earlier, at some point you have to start believing in results. They're doing something that we're not picking up with our algorithms. So
Seth Lugo was on the Cy Young radar
2 years ago. Yeah.
It's funny looking through here now. Since we're not in the auction mode, we have a little bit more time to actually scroll down. I'm like, wow, there's still a lot of good players that I like.
That's because we're still in draft and hold mode, right? We're still in the mode of where after this draft is over, we'd be looking for 300 more players.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I just took Owen Cassie, who I don't even believe that much in, but if he can somehow carve out a starting outfield position with the Marlins, we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Bryce Eldridge.
Oh, that's
UT
great pick.
only to start the season, but if we would probably expect him to get first base eligibility at some point, as long as he's performing well. Love that.
What's funny is like a lot of these snake draft picks are way better than my last 3 players I bid on and won. Like, what was I thinking? Hey, Kevin, do you own any birds?
I do not, but I'm going to close my window because it got dark here, and you're not hearing birds. You're hearing frogs.
Wow.
They're tree frogs, but
I
always forget because I don't hear them. I'm so used to them that once it gets dark, that's what you're hearing.
Oh, that is so funny. I was like, I think Kevin is listening to
a meditation.
Yeah, it's like which is super soothing, by the way. My mom and my dad, back in the 80s, bought but rented like a timeshare in South Carolina, in Hilton Head, South Carolina, and so at night it's the same, like the frogs, like everywhere you go in Hilton Head, South Carolina, there's this. It's like walking into a casino and hearing the jackpot machines.
Yeah,
it's a constant, like, ding 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 ding, ding ding ding. It's like that way in South Carolina with the frogs at night. Just it's the constant, ambient noise, so to speak.
Yeah, they're coqui frogs, native to Puerto Rico.
Oh my gosh, that's how you know you're living life right. When you open a window and you hear frogs native to Puerto Rico, that's how you know life is just cool and just working out. Instead of opening a window and hearing like people yelling at each other and like,
right, Robert Stevenson. Threw off a mound for the first time today.
Yeah, I somebody picked Kirby Yates, but he was on my list. Like, Kirby Yates.
And there went Vodnik. So there
goes
then
Victor
Ben
Vodnik.
Joyce, another guy that
007's arch nemesis, Victor Vodnik, head of Spectre. I see. It makes me sad to see on this list, the scroll, Reese Olson, who I really, really like, one of my favorite young pitchers, unfortunately out for the year. Reese Olson for the Tigers. I was like, darn it. Ooh, Jacob Latz, great pick. Ryan Weiss, that's a pitcher list pick right there.
Yeah.
Great pick by Ben. Ryan Weiss, great pick.
Arrighetti went earlier. Same. Yeah. He's somebody I thought I could probably get much later.
What's funny is a lot of these players, like I've talked about Jacob Latz, the 5th starting pitcher for Texas. Hopefully we'll see. Great into the season, great numbers. 3 kind of reminds me of Glass now, like 3 pitch, converted reliever, but really talented.
A lot of us have the same philosophy as me, grabbing one hitter in the snake. It looks like 9 of the 15 teams grabbed a hitter in the first round, and now there's a whole bunch of yellow going off the board these last 3 rounds of the snake we're working on. And Justin Verlander goes right in front of Britton here. Who you got, Britton?
I'm
no rush. You got 40 seconds. You got plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm going to draft Denzel Clark. Is he hurt? There's a little D next to his name. I guess I should check it. Oh, good. Yeah. I'll take Denzel Clark, outfielder for the Athletics. My love of all things athletics is true and will remain true. Denzel Clark is a great defensive outfielder. So I wanted to pick Isaac Collins, who the Royals traded for and who I really like. But he got picked earlier. What do you think about Isaac Collins for the Royals?
I think he could be really good. And I'm going to do something.
I'm sorry. I asked you a question when you're right in the middle.
No. It's all good. I like Isaac Collins. I think he's going to be the close to everyday left fielder. I think if Kyle Isbell struggles more at the plate than he has in the past, I think Kansas City's perfectly happy with his offense for the defense he gives them. But if it gets much worse, I think they probably try Collins even in center field. Yeah, so I do agree with Isaac Collins there. If he can do anything close to what he did in the second half for Milwaukee last year when he started getting that everyday run, that was amazing. Yeah, I told you I was going to draft mostly pitchers here in the reserve rounds, and then I just took back-to-back outfielders.
The heart
Adam had asked earlier in the chat, and I didn't bring the question up that was in the chat because I did have Jake McCarthy queued up. He'd asked if he was available, and he was. And then talk about old and boring, but gets it done and won't hurt your batting average and can give you some power. And if the White Sox are going to be a little better, maybe the RBIs are there too. All Andrew Benintendi does at this stage of his career is hit 20 home runs. He's not going to hit you 21, but he's going to get you 20.
Yep. Benintendi. All right, this is the box wine talking right here, Kevin. Sometimes you just got to let it go. Closer spec. That's right.
Matt Svanson.
I listened to a podcast the other day. I guess it was Sleeper in the Bus. And Jason Collette, wonderful, cool, smart dude, met him out in Arizona. And he was saying, keep Matt Svanson on your radar for saves. So,
yeah. The one thing that would concern me, this is something Adam brings up all the time. He's not the only one. Some others do. I'm looking really quick, but my guess is he is not yet under a free agent contract. And saves look really good in those arbitration hearings.
Mm-hmm.
The Cardinals, we don't expect to go anywhere this year. So that would be my only hesitation.
I wonder, though, and that's a totally valid concern, but the manager doesn't care about who the front office has to pay during an arbitration hearing. You know, they care about winning because the manager's like, the more games I win, the better my record is, and then the better, my guaranteed contract is somewhere. From the manager's standpoint, the manager makes lineup decisions and decisions like that. Now,
true to a certain extent till they're gone, but no, you're right. And then he's not even arbitration eligible until 2029. So that may not be in consideration yet. I did look. He's still under control for 3 seasons before even hitting arbitration.
Right.
At 27 years old, they'll probably, if he's the best guy to get saves, they'll probably let him do it.
Yeah, we'll see. It was just a straight up plagiarism situation.
Ah, well,
Like somebody really smart said his name, and I'm like, oh, click.
well, you thought it might have been Jason Collette. He definitely fits the bill for somebody really smart.
You know, it's funny as I'm looking through these names, I still see so many good names.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Agacy, Colby Thomas.
Yeah, I've took.
Sounds like somebody in your house likes Colby
Yeah.
Thomas. Gavin Lux. All right, I don't like Gavin Lux, but you know he might bat leadoff for a Major League Baseball team.
No, you're right. There's still a lot of players I like.
Nathan Lucas for Toronto. Chris Morrell. I always like Chris Morrell. It sounds like in a weird turn of events, it sounds like they're going to try to play him at first base in Tampa Bay.
Right.
Have you heard about that? Is that for
I was
real?
just going to say he might be getting some run. And if we see what we saw about 3 seasons ago out of him, that turns out being a great pick.
Oh, I hear a good boy. Or is that a good girl?
Luis Severino.
I really like the Tyler O'Neill pick. It wasn't too long ago he hit 40 home runs in a season. I mean, they're paying him. He's going to play. I think that's a good lotto ticket. Tyler O'Neill for the Orioles.
Yeah, I agree.
He's under contract. He's going to play. He had a bad season last season. That's why you're getting him in a reserve round. But that doesn't mean that's what he's going to do this year. Anybody or any category you're focusing on, Kevin? Or you're just going like, who do you know? Or if you're like me, just scrolling down, but like,
kind of.
Who do I not hate the least?
No, I'm not just scrolling. I only have 2 picks left, and they're going to come back to back here pretty shortly. So far, my reserve picks: Nasim Nunez. I felt I was light on speed. Waka and Lugo, and then Jake McCarthy for a little speed again, and then another outfielder. So I have taken a middle infielder and 2 outfielders. I think I'm probably good and should use these last 2 picks for pitching, but I'm still just making sure there's not anybody I forgot about that I want to snag before that first fab run. That's a great thing about these leagues. We can fix mistakes a little bit. We have a fab period before the season starts, but you don't want to go into the season having to spend a bunch of money on fab before it even starts either.
I love Jake McCarthy. Your pick for a little bit of speed. Going to play for the Rockies.
Yeah, I really hope that massive outfield works out for him. Getting on base, a little Babbitt boost with that enormous outfield there in Colorado.
Yeah, he's going to get acclimated to the atmosphere. He's going to feel that delicious Colorado air into his lungs. Run fast because he's acclimated. He's used to it.
Jeffrey Springs, Jake Myers. Defense keeps him on the field, and he'll steal some bases. So somebody else shored up a little bit of speed there.
I think I'm
nice little post type sleeper dart on Parker Meadows.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm going to go for a little bit of power here because I think I'm a little light on power. But with Santander gone, I think that gives a little bit of playing time to Nathan Lucas. So
that's what it looks like. That's what I've seen so far.
Let's
Nathan
see.
Luke's there.
I kind of look around on one of my favorite sites to visit is Fangraphs and Rotographs, and Fangraphs roster resource. And then I just click it, every now and then. And if I see something fun, like, hitting 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, and when the Santander news hit, I looked, I was like, I wonder how that shakes up the Toronto Blue Jays lineup. And I looked, I was like, oh, there's Nathan Lucas. Platoon bat, maybe, probably. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I'm like, in a reserve draft, we'll see how it goes. Now, should I have picked Gavin Sheets? Probably. But what?
Not with Andujar and Castellanos there now.
That?
Yeah. I think Andujar and Castellanos probably take the DH at bats there now. So I think you probably made the right choice, at least between those two.
That's true. Yeah. There's a lot of other choices. All right. So Kevin is picking. So I'm going to keep searching around and find if there's.
I took Joe Boyle. I still love Joe Boyle.
I
still think that Tampa can get him to figure out a little control. Yep, I need one more guy, and I was going to wait. I was only going to take pitchers, but another late speed play that Adam and I talked about on the wire a couple weeks ago. Looks like Jared Triolo is going to play every day, and he's got first base, third base, outfield eligibility. So, or first base, shortstop, outfield, I believe. So, yeah, I didn't take as many pitchers in the reserve rounds as I typically do. We'll see how Britton Allan figures this out. I just looked up at the board and saw Allan, Britton. Sorry about that.
I know, it's all good. It's funny. I was about to click on Lance McCullers, and I was like, what am I getting cute? I mean, why would I do that?
You've taken 2 pitchers so far here in the reserves. You took Renato Lopez with your first snake pick, and then that Matt Svanson could be a really good closer dart.
It's weird.
You've taken 3 outfielders.
I'm going to go old and boring. JP Crawford.
I absolutely looked at JP Crawford.
Yeah. He's in a contract year. This is his last year, his contract. So I'm not super thrilled with my SS, which is Jacob Wilson. So not that peak JP Crawford is any better, but yeah, we'll see. Hopefully one of them starts hot.
I love this Adrian Hauser pick. I was
yeah,
really hoping to maybe get to see him in spring, and maybe we only needed to make it through a handful more picks here, and he'd have been available on our waiver wire. I was hoping to get to see him in spring, but getting to go pitch in San Francisco, and we've seen flashes from Adrian Hauser, and typically pretty good when healthy. So I think Adrian Hauser could be a phenomenal 30th round pick if things work out in San Francisco.
I like that too. I like Paul Sewald as a possible closer for Arizona. He just got re-signed. And there's no obvious other than maybe Ginkel. But they've been trying to make Ginkel the closer for years, and it just never stuck. All right, That's it. Mr. Hasting.
We've knocked it out.
2 years in a row. Auction draft, Bubba in the Bloom, listener league. Let's look at our teams real quick. I'm sure it's it's 11 o'clock here, way past my bedtime. But let's look at our team. Does it show the board?
It does.
Okay, here we are. Let's look at team number 1. Kevin Hasting from Pitcher List. All right, let's talk about your team. Your 2 closers are Francisco Alvarez and JT Realmoto. Very solid. Christian Walker, also solid. Isaac Paredes, power hitter for a corner spot, obviously what you want. A little bit of home cooking right here, Kevin. Little Jonathan India. I hear you. You gotta have some Royals on here. Mason Wynn, super talented shortstop for the St. Louis Cardinals, which is the favorite team of my grandparents, Marty and Gladys Marisek. RIP. Love you guys. They were big Cardinals fans. Brendan Donovan, Matt McClain for second base. Andre Jimenez. Whoa, look at this. Look at this outfield. Corbin Carroll, Wyatt Langford, Brandon Nimmo, Jack Caglione. Didn't pronounce that right. And Giancarlo Stanton. Great pick. I love your starting pitchers. Max Fried, who's an ace that you got at a discount. Cole Reagans, ace, also got at a discount. Nick Lodolo, ace if he's healthy. Zach Gallen, he's going to be solid. Logan Henderson, Bulldog. Casey Mize and Noah Cameron. I think he's undervalued. He's a great pitcher. Hey, you know what? To all the haters, Greg Maddux didn't throw 96.
Right.
He never did. Not once in his life did Greg Maddux ever throw 96.
Oh, I think he was a hard thrower when he first came up with the Cubs. He might have been hitting 96.
All right. Well, we'll agree to disagree.
He wasn't the great Maddux we know and love at 96, but
no,
I'm pretty sure he threw that hard early in his career.
But he was a smart
absolutely
pitcher, just like Noah Cameron. And your closers are Carlos Estevez, who led the league in saves last year, and Daniel Palencia, super talented closer from St. Louis. Totally wrong. The Chicago Cubs. Anyway, so Nasim Nunez for steals, Michael Wacha, Seth Lugo, Jake McCarthy, Andrew Benintendi, steady as she goes, Joe Boyle, who flashed. He was a big time way. I'm sure you remember this, Kevin, because you're on the Wire Fab show. Everybody check it out. Joe Boyle was a big time waiver pickup because he got called up and had like 3 or 4 games where he was throwing gas on fire. Then he got hurt. And then Jared, is it Trujillo?
Yep.
There's something wrong with me. I have a speech impediment. It's clear as day. I just can't say it right.
All good.
Anyway, so what do you think, Kevin? Tell me what you like about your team.
I like my team. That's why I'm so disappointed in myself for leaving so much money on the table because I think I remedied being a little light in speed with in the reserve rounds, actually, with McCarthy and Nunez. I feel really good about my pitching. You mentioned the outfield. And then guys I have been comfortable with drafting all this season for a little less money so I could spend that money on outfield and pitching. The money I did spend getting some guys like Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, Mason Wynn. That a guy like Mason Wynn I expect a big bounce back from. And then guys that got same with Matt McClain. And then Brendan Donovan, if he's going to lead off every day for that Seattle lineup with Cal Raleigh and those guys behind him, that's 110 runs scored right there. So, no, I'm very happy with my team other than I will keep beating this in the ground. I will talk about this for days. Leaving all that money on the table is a huge mistake. But in spite of only spending $245 of my $260, I like my team.
I do too. I love the outfield, especially. I think that's very, very strong. Corbin Carroll is a top 6 fantasy baseball player, and you got him at a discount because people are nervous about this injury. I think
I'm nervous too now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's why you got it at a discount.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
otherwise he's worth $10 more. Wyatt Langford's awesome. He's going to, he could easily bust out, but don't sleep on Jack Caggs.
I hope you're right.
I'm not
More
going
so
to,
as a Royals fan than as a fantasy player, but I think
his
you're right.
metrics looked good. He just got unlucky. Like his BABIP was low. Like just, it wasn't like he was making mistakes at the plate. He just got unlucky. I think that's a great breakout pick. I'll talk about my team real quick. I'll just list it off. If you would, Kevin, look around at the other teams and find one that you really like, or a couple of teams you really like. I'll just go through mine real quick. It's two catchers, or Langoliers and Drake Baldwin. My third base is Max Muncy. First base is Jonathan Aranda. Corner, Andrew Vaughn. Second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Shout out Gigantes, where Luis Garcia Jr. played first base in the Dominican Winter League. We'll see if that helps anything. Jacob Wilson, shortstop. Moises Ballesteros, his value is depressed a little bit because he's had visa problems coming back from, I believe, Venezuela. But look at his, like, if you're a nerd like me, I'm beyond nerd. But if look at his minor league stats. Everywhere he's been to, he's hit everywhere. So I think he's a great hitter, and I'm hoping that this visa thing gets worked out, obviously, but I can't imagine that a Major League Baseball team like the Chicago Cubs can't make that happen. So Moises Ballesteros is one of my favorite late round picks, and I reached on outfield. Like, reach isn't the right word. I'm not sure what the right word is, but overreach, that's the right word. Pete Crow Armstrong, Brent Rooker, Jackson Merrill, Jesus Sanchez, and Dylan Beavers. I'm not even sure if Dylan Beavers starts the year on the team. I don't know. That's what a reach that was. We'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Kyle Bradish.
Yeah, but you covered that with you covered all that. You have Caballero that's available out there, and then Owen Cassie, Denzel Clark, and Nathan Lukes all in the reserve round. So you have plenty of outfielders.
I appreciate it. We'll keep our fingers crossed. That was at the point in the draft when and Kevin knows this too, because I think both our brains were a little fried, like literally of like talking constantly, and I'm like, Dylan Beavers. And I think I made a Beaver joke, which is, like I'm in the second grade or something. But anyway, so we went to my starting pitchers. I took Kyle Bradish, Cade Horton, Emmett Sheehan, overpaid, Nolan McLean, Treya Savage, Joey Cantillo, Ryan Weathers, and those were, wow. So no really established starters there, but I'm very, very young upside, so we'll see how that works. I waited on closing because I wrote myself a note, like the movie Memento. And if you write yourself a note, obviously it's really important. And I said, don't reach on closers. So yeah, I surely didn't do that. Robert Garcia is my closer, and Jojo Romero is my second closer. Moving on, in the reserve rounds, I picked Ronaldo Lopez because everything I've read is that he is 100% healthy, 100% full go, green light, no restrictions. So Ronaldo Lopez for the Atlanta Braves. Brooks Lee, top prospect with upside. Hope the best for him. Owen Cassie, y'all know him from the Cubs. Denzel Clark, he's a stud defensive outfielder, and I love the Athletics. I wish they would come to Nashville. I'm not saying I would give one of my children away for that. If some like devil or something came to me and was like, hey, but I would think about it if the Athletics would move to Nashville. Matt Swanson is a closer spec. Nathan Lucas is a outfielder spec. And then J.P. Crawford, no spec of anything. I just love J.P. Crawford. I have a autographed baseball card from the Philadelphia Phillies with J.P. Crawford, and I just kind of love him.
Back when he was the #1 prospect in baseball.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. It's Bowman first. I'm hanging on to it. I'm like, oh, this might be worth $20 one day. We'll see. So those were my picks. Kevin, did you look around? Did you have any teams you wanted to talk about?
Well, I thought I should bring up Team 10. They are the team that I talked about a couple of times because they went they spent money on Shohei Ohtani and Bobby Witt Jr. And then had that huge pitching foundation as well. Yamamoto, DeGrom, Munoz, Woodruff, Glasnow, Snell. They went with, of course, they had to start saving money, and they went with a kind of a combination of upside, taking guys that we hope to see fairly soon, like Garrett Cole inexpensively, with some guys that we expect to get the innings out of that are less money, like Sean Manaea, Kirby Yates as their second closer behind Andres Munoz. Took that shot on Bailey Ober, took a young guy, Connolly, early, filled up their outfield in the reserve rounds with Dominic Canzone. He is somebody I was eyeballing, and I was a little upset that he didn't make it another round or two. He was definitely near the top of my queue. Victor Robles there in Seattle as well. That's almost kind of a handcuff. One of those guys is going to get a lot of playing time. And then Larnach in Minnesota. So I think they filled in very well. Chase DeLauder, that's a bit of a dart, but if he's not going to make the team, or if he's not healthy, this is a fab league. They'll find another outfielder to take his spot. So I think they filled in really well with spending quite a bit of money on the first 6 pitchers they took, and then having both Ohtani and Bobby Witt Jr. on the same team. Keyshaw as a kind of a mid-price player there, Matt Shaw. I'm very curious to see how this works out. I'm sure there's a lot of us that wish we could have Shohei Ohtani and Bobby Witt Jr. on our fantasy teams.
I know,
and this is proof that you can absolutely do it. And it looks to me like they filled in pretty well, especially when the rest of their big money went towards pitching. So I'm very curious to see how this works out for them.
It's amazing. I love the risk that team took. I love, banking on Ohtani and Bobby Witt, and then, filling it out admirably was really good. That's the team that took Roman Laureano. That was great. That was great. My 2 teams that I got mad at, mad's not the right word. I was like, why do they keep doing this to me? Was Team 8 and Team 9. So let me talk about Team 9 real quick. Every time I see someone auction or pick up Nick Kurtz, I go like this. I go, because I love Nick Kurtz. And when you see or hear him play, when he hits a ball, it sounds like somebody broke the earth. I'm like, you're literally hearing continental drift when Nick Kurtz makes contact with the ball. So Team 9 drafted Nick Kurtz. I know he's a sophomore, and there's a sophomore slump. I don't know. I don't think so. Not in that ballpark. There's a decent chance Nick Kurtz is going to be a first rounder with his power. And, and to offset that, they went into Terang because Nick Kurtz isn't going to steal any bases, but you get all that power. Dansby Swanson was another player that I was trying to target because he's so boring. He's so old. And when I say so old, he's like 30, like 30 and like model handsome. But but I was like, oh, no one's going to pay attention. He's going to slide through 2020, all the plate appearances. Team 9 was like, nope, got him. So I love that. I also like upside picks too for Team 9. Roman Anthony bats leadoff every day or second every day for the Boston Red Sox. Could be great. Oh, this was my second one. Tyler Soderstrom. I'm like, dude, come on. What are you doing? That's my guy. I love Tyler Soderstrom, first base and outfield eligible with the Athletics. So
Yeah,
very happy
he
about that.
spread his money around, right? I
Yeah.
believe his most expensive hitter is Nick Kurtz, $26, I think, is what he went for.
Yep.
And then he did spend some money on Skeens. Spent a little bit of money on his closers with Devin Williams there and Jeff Hoffman, but not a ton. Yeah, really spread his money around.
Yeah, great job.
I brought up Ben's team a couple times during the draft. Impressed with what he was doing, embracing the old and boring, but also, you know, and I said that
For every
with Dansby Swanson, like when you
there's a Roman
up,
Anthony, yeah.
But yeah, then there's Roman Anthony and Tyler Soderstrom here as well, and Nick Kurtz on the team. So, very good job of spreading the money around and spreading the balancing between youth and old and boring there as well.
And as you and we discussed, Cody Ponce, fascinating pick. That could be a real league winner. Cody Ponce striking people out for Toronto. All right, let's talk about Team 8. Man, Kyle Raleigh at a reasonable price. Pete Alonso. So that's what, like 60 home runs, 2 picks right there. You know, Pete Alonso may hit 40, 50 home runs. And home runs wins leagues. So Cal Raleigh, Pete Alonso, Gleyber Torres, and then you've got Trey Turner, solid as a rock. Upside with Jordan Lawler, Luis Ariz for your batting average. Oh, and Kyle Schwarber. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Team 8. You want to hit some home runs? Apparently so. My least favorite pick in the entire draft, Luis Robert Jr. No offense, Team 8. No offense. All mad respect. But it's just an ongoing joke with me and my Pallazzo friends about Luis Robert Jr. Riley Green hit 30 home runs last year. Marte, I love. Evan Carter, super talented. I love the pitchers too. Ryan Pepio, underrated. Mm-hmm. This close, former Dodger prospect. At the new, dome in Tampa Bay, Ryan Pepio for the Tampa Bay Rays, this close to being a top 20, top 15 pitcher. Nathan Eovaldi, we talked about. Kodai Senga, I love him for a bounce back. Kevin Ginkel could get the saves. We'll see. But you don't really have to worry about that because he got Duran, who the Phillies traded for. The Phillies are going to win a bunch of games. Robbie Ray, my boy from Brentwood, Tennessee. Shout out, Robbie Ray. Are you coming back for that high school reunion? No. Not surprised. Anyway, so
I love Matthew Liberatore late in the reserve round there as well. And then Cade Povich maybe getting might not be in the rotation to begin the year in Baltimore, but they really like him. My thing with this team is Kyle Raleigh, Pete Alonso, Riley Green. That could be 150 home runs. Half of the home runs close to half the home runs he needs for his roster for the season, he could be getting from 3 players.
15 points. Right there.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm not getting that from Jonathan Aranda, am I? No. Or Luis Garcia Jr. Nope. Yeah, I got stuff to do. It was a fun draft. Real quick, one of my favorite that since we're talking about Team 8 was Jacob Latz. That's a real upside
that up at the time.
And for Team 9, Ryan Weiss, who at Pitcher List y'all have talked about with a lot of upside. Those are great picks. Hey, look, these were all fun teams. Everybody's got pluses and minuses. I've got so many issues on my team. I don't even know where to start. It's like a girl. It's like you're dating a girl dating a girl that has a bad relationship with her mother. Like there are a lot of issues in this relationship.
These teams are amazing. This was and that's what made the draft so fun. Is it was super competitive, and we knew it would be. I think I made the biggest mistake of the draft, having so much money left over, The only real other mistake that I noticed another team make is I'm guessing that Anthony Santander throw was a timeout, and they didn't have anybody else in their queue, because I don't think somebody would take them in the auction portion of the draft, being out 5 to 6 months. But that was really the only other thing in that type of scenario I noticed, other than me having so much money left over.
I don't think having money left over is that big mistake. I think you're being a little too harsh on yourself, because you are talking and constantly, having fun with me on the draft. So give yourself
Absolutely, I had fun with you.
Yeah, yes. Look, having fun, number one. I mean, that was my goal. Am I going to win this league? No. I mean, come on, 15.
You came pretty close last year, Britton.
Well, but yeah, I got lucky with Carly. But am I going to win this league? No. But what I do want to win is having fun, seeing you, Kevin Hasting. Thank you for agreeing to do this. You didn't have to agree to it, but you did it. So thank you so much. I love talking to you. And of course, thank you everyone in the live chat. Frankly, I wish I would have had more time to go in and, talk, address more questions and things like that. But with the auction going, frankly, I'm just not good enough to handle all that. But Kevin, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. You got frogs outside. You got your dog.
I'm going to hop over and listen to Bubba and Ryan. It's Tuesday night. We got live Bubba and the Bloom going on as well. So
that's
we're
right.
not done talking baseball yet.
Yeah, it's not over yet. All right, so I'm going to end this live stream. I hope.
Thank you everybody for hanging out with us and all of the comments. Absolutely.
Yes.
It did not seem like 4.5 hours to me, and I highly doubt it did to Britton either.
Oh no, it was so seamless and so great. Thanks again, Kevin. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you everyone for listening. Adios.
Aloha, everybody.
Right, lads. Now, I know there's not a faint heart among you. And I know you're as anxious as I am to get into close action. But we must bring him right up beside us before we spring this trap. That will test our nerve. And discipline will count just as much as courage. The Acheron is a tough nut to crack. More than twice our guns, more than twice our numbers. And they will sell their lives dearly. They mean to take us as a prize. And we are worth more to them undamaged. Their greed will be their downfall. England is under threat of invasion. And though we be on the far side of the world, this ship is our home. This ship is England. So it's every hand to his rope or gun, quick's the word and sharp's the action. After all, surprise is on our side.